Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Babergh District Council Planning Committee. I will ask the Governance Officer to read out the domestic arrangements and the fire regulation. Claire, if you would be kind.
Thank you, Chair. Please ensure that you maintain social distancing from all other persons whilst in the chamber and in communal areas. Please ensure that you wear a face covering at all times unless you are sitting down, or if you are exempt from doing so, and that you use the hand sanitizer and wipes provided. Please ensure that the microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations whilst others are speaking. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure that your mobile phones are on silent or switched off. We will be using the e-voting for this meeting on the Modern Gov app, so please could members make sure they are logged in and ready to use the app. If you hear the fire alarm, leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the Assembly Point Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exits at each end of the floor. Do not enter the atrium, ground floor area and walkways. If you are in the atrium at the time of the alarm, follow the signs to the nearest fire exit. Use the stairs, not the lifts. Do not re-enter the building until it is safe to do so. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. Thank you, Chair.
It's gone. Can you hear me now? Do you hear all the rest of it? Fine. We have Luke Barber and Matt Hadleigh from Suffolk County Council. We have 2 ward members present. Apologies for absence and substitutions.
Chair, we have apologies for absence from Councillor Alison Owen.
Thank you. Received declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. Are there any to declare? No? Councillor Hinton.
Mr. Chairman, a non-pecuniary, a non-pecuniary interest in item, if I can find the number, amongst all these pages of papers. DC 20-04615.
Thank you. Do we have any others? If not, we'll move on. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of July. Have you all had a copy and read them? Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? Nope. In that case, could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Ayres. Seconder, please. Councillor Osborne. We now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you go to the plus sign in the top right-hand corner of your app, select attendance and voting. This vote is now in progress. Thank you, Chair. That's 10 votes. 11 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thank you.
No, it's sorry. That's my mistake. It's 10 votes for.
10 votes for. One apology. Yes. To receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
None received. Site inspections. I understand there is a request for a site inspection. And Rose, are you going to present the details?
Good morning, everyone. A site visit has been requested for this application at Irwitton Hall Farm. The application is for the conversion, repair and extension of existing farm buildings to form 5 dwellings, the erection of a garage, the demolition of buildings which include the existing Dutch barn and metal-clad barn, and the erection of 2 new dwellings, the provision of a new vehicular access to the street and associated landscaping. So this is the site here. The site visit has been requested on the grounds that it is a controversial application within close proximity of the Grade 2 listed Irwitton Hall here, and its Grade 1 listed gatehouse, and also involves conversion of historic farmstead buildings on the site here, and here. Just for a bit of context, this is the site here, and this is the village of Hadleigh. Just take you through some of the photos that I've gathered at this stage. This is a photo from the roadside showing the barns to be demolished. Again, a picture from the roadside showing barns to be demolished. This is a photo from within the site. You can see the metal-clad barn on the side there to be demolished. This is a picture from the roadside showing the historic farmstead buildings and the historic wall along the frontage. This is a photo from within the site. It shows a portion of the historic farmstead buildings and also buildings to be demolished. This is a photo from where the proposed access would come in. You can see the metal-clad barn there and the Dutch barn at the front. And this is the Grade 1 listed gatehouse. You can see that here, and this is the site in question here with the historic farmstead buildings there and there in the wall. Thank you.
Are there any questions from members for the officer? Councillor Hinton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Where's the built-up area boundary relative to the site?
It is outside of the built-up area boundary. The nearest village is Hadleigh, where I showed you on the maps there.
Councillor Barron.
Presumably those barns have a certain amount of PD rights, and the only thing that would query there is the fact it's near the listed building. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also within the AONB landscape as well.
Which affects the PD rights?
It does.
Right, okay, thanks. I propose that we don't go for on the site visit. I think the photographs are pretty clear. But who actually requested the site visit?
Councillor Derek Davis.
The ward member.
What is the recommendation of officers on this site at the moment?
At this stage, we are looking to recommend approval.
Approval. I can't see that we need to have a site visit. Any seconder for that?
Councillor Beer, you're going to second? You want to say anything?
No, I think it's all been said.
Any other comments before we vote on that? So, Councillor Busby.
Do you know the reasons that Councillor Davis gave for the site visit?
Yes, it's due to it being controversial in the locality, potential impacts to heritage assets, AONB landscape, and highways access is a concern as well.
Okay.
That's all. Any other comments? Excuse me, Mary.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that we've got the picture of the adjacent Overton Hall, because that is next door to it.
It is next door. Unfortunately, because of COVID implications, I haven't been able to go onto the site to get those photos.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the site. Okay. Thank you. I just, people need to know how it is very adjacent to Overton Hall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Hinton.
Mr. Chairman, in view of the controversial nature, etc., I agree with Councillor Barrett and Councillor Beer that I don't think we need a site visit, but will this application be coming before the committee? Because I think it's a little bit dubious as the officers are recommending approval.
Chairman, just to clarify two things. Yes, the intention is to report this application to committee as controversial at the present point in time, but obviously until we've published the agenda, the recommendation is not formalised, so at the moment our direction of travel is towards an approval, but that's what we can say. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Busby, comment.
Could we ask the planning officer if you could get some more photographs? I think if with the addition of 2 or 3 extra photographs that you can probably get now because of COVID restrictions being eased, I think that probably would save us. I don't think the presentation as it is sufficient for us to get the feel towards the controversial nature of it.
Happy to go and collect more photos, that's no problem.
Cheers, thank you.
Okay. If that's the case, then we have a proposal. Can we have a vote?
Thank you, Chair. Members, vote reads: a site visit shall not be undertaken in respect of application number DC 2003083. That vote should now be showing in progress. To not.
The proposal of the site visit shall not be undertaken.
Not be undertaken.
So you vote for.
Probably a bit of a funny way of putting it, I suppose. You're voting for the motion which is against the site visit if you want to go. Sorry, I don't want to read the witness. No, I'm so confused.
Must be the way it was worded by the proposer. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Chair, that's 6 votes for and 4 votes against. Therefore, a site visit will not be undertaken.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, move on to item 6, schedule of planning applications for discussion today for approval or refusal. May I just point out to you that the first one, DC 2101460, is a discharge of conditions, not a planning application. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just on the papers we have, it's I think we need to just clarify who is the ward member for this, because it clearly states here it's Sudbury North West, and if that is Sudbury North West, obviously Sudbury North West members have 5 minutes. If anyone other member wants, then it's 3 minutes, and I think we just need to make clear that who is the ward member, because I think there might be some members that think they're ward members.
What page are we on?
This is on page 11.
We'll have to ask the governance officer that question. As I understand it, it is Councillors Maybury and Arthey.
Well, it doesn't say it on the papers,
I know.
so I think clarification is required.
For clarification, there are 2 councillors from Long Melford, Nunn and Melvasey, and two councillors
But
from...
I think the application might just sit in the Sudbury ward. The whole of the application
The whole of the application is what we're talking about on the first item. First item is the design code for the whole site.
But it doesn't say that on the papers.
Chairman, just for clarity and apologies, the software you have to work with to make sure that more than one member can be recognised.
We just like to make sure we're accurate, don't we?
Yes, and correctly, there are a number of members interested in the design code across the whole site, and the software we use, apologies, has not been fully completed. That's down to officers, and we'll take that away as a learning point, and have already done that in discussion with the ward members.
It's just obviously balancing the speaking time. Some members do tend to get so we want to make sure we have the time limits imposed.
Thank you. Councillor Hinton.
Just a point of clarification, first of all, if I could have it, and that is, with several mentions within the papers today of the 2021 MPPF, have all members of the committee got a copy of it? I know I've got one because I requested one, but has everybody got one?
I believe you all have.
Chairman, my understanding is government's team were arranging for those to be printed and dispatched to members as requested.
You should have electronic format and a paper format that's being arranged for those who have requested it.
So, Chairman, I'll pick that one up with the Corporate Manager for Governance, but I had understood that was being arranged, so apologies that it hasn't necessarily happened.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we can go on. Case Officer Jasmine Wyne-Allen to introduce the specification to the committee. Jasmine, all yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. I will be presenting a discharge of conditions application to you today relating to Condition 8 of the outline permission for Chilton Woods. Condition 8 is for the submission and approval of a design code for the development, which will be discussed in detail over the coming slides. Design codes are not intended to provide highly specific details and do not solely focus on the appearance of development, as much of this detail comes through reserved matters applications. Members are therefore encouraged to think about how this design code responds to the needs of people, how it creates a sense of place, how effectively it utilises space, and how it encourages and facilitates activity. It should be noted that this design code will provide a benchmark upon which all reserved matters applications are assessed, including the next reserved matters application you will hear today, which is for the first phase of residential development. The submitted design code is comprehensive and totals 135 pages. Members are therefore reminded that this presentation should be viewed in conjunction with the committee report and submitted documents, which are viewable on our website. Here we have an aerial map covering the whole Chilton Woods site. The site location was defined at the outline stage. The site falls within the 4 parishes of Acton, Chilton, Long Melford and Sudbury, and is located north of the A134. In creating a design code, the site constraints must be considered to ensure the development is responsive to its surroundings. There are several public rights of way running through and alongside the site, as shown by the green lines on the map. The site is not within any special landscape area nor area of outstanding natural beauty. There are several nearby listed buildings to the south, but all of which fall outside of the site. The scope of matters for consideration within this application are limited to the matters covered by the condition, with key aspects highlighted in bold on the screen. The determination of this discharge of conditions application thus lies on whether the design code as submitted either accords with or does not accord with the wording of the condition shown on the screen. It should be noted that the condition does not require the design code to cover the entirety of the development and covers the residential area, village centre and market square land. The condition also requires that extensive public consultation and engagement has been carried out in creating the design code. The submitted design code follows significant levels and periods of consultation carried out by the developer. This consultation includes regular fortnightly meetings and updates with members and parish councils, which have occurred since September 2020. Members of the public have also been engaged with through newsletters, online consultation and social media. Condition 8 is linked to the land use parameter plan as shown on screen, which was approved at the outline stage. The wording of the condition requires the design code to cover design principles for the brown, yellow and blue coloured areas shown here. Whilst these are the only areas strictly required to be included within the design code, adjacent areas within the site have been considered when creating the design code to ensure there is a coherency across the site.
So if you go back, it might be what's yellow?
Yeah, it is quite small. A design code is first and foremost a framework intended to guide development. It sets a benchmark upon which to assess subsequent applications against. They are a particularly useful tool when applied to large-scale strategic sites such as Chilton Woods, as they ensure that development is delivered in a coherent and fluid manner regardless of who ends up developing the site. The guidance for creating design codes is primarily found in two key government-created documents, which are the National Model Design Code and the National Design Guide, both of which are based around 10 key principles, which are shown in the left-hand chart here. This chart was taken from the National Model Design Code, and it sets out aspects under these principles which design codes should and could cover. However, members should note that the National Model Design Code acknowledges that the aspects that could be covered may not be included within design codes, but may instead be delivered through other applications, such as reserve matters. The charts on the right-hand side have also informed the Chilton Woods Design Code and come from the Building for a Healthy Life document, which echoes the key principles within the Model Design Code and Design Guide. Here is the contents page of the Design Code to give you an overview of what it covers and how it flows. The code is based on the key objectives, foundations and parameters of the Outline Planning Permission. The code makes specific references throughout to local context, history and character within Babergh. The code is heavily illustrated with photos, diagrams and illustrative plans to demonstrate the vision for the site and ensure all reserve matters can be easily conceived and tied to the code. More generally, design codes are intended to be broad and principle-led and are not required to set out every specific detail of a development. To this end, the design codes provides adequate flexibility to ensure that delivery is not compromised, but ensures there is no ambiguity about what is expected from each development phase. Design codes are supported and encouraged within the newest version of the NPPF. Of notable relevance is paragraph 135, which seeks to ensure that a high quality of development and design is secured throughout the development and is not weakened as time goes on. This is specifically relevant to Chilton Woods as it is anticipated to be delivered over several years. A landscape-led approach has been adopted throughout the scheme, placing emphasis on formal and informal green space, with 54% of the site being multifunctional green space. Key consideration has been given to ecological and biodiversity net gains, play areas, community woodland, street furniture and SUDs. Notably, the majority of SUDs and associated landscaping have previously been considered and approved under the earlier infrastructure application. The site-wide coding section of the design code includes guiding principles to be applied across the development. The outline planning permission ties all reserve matters to this plan on screen, which sets maximum building heights across the site. The design code builds upon this and accords with this plan, but encourages some variation in heights within these areas, but not exceeding the maximum stated on the screen. This plan illustrates and categorises key areas within the development that will be responded to within reserve matters in a range of ways, which would include, for example, using taller buildings in locations to act as focal points. This assists with the legibility of the site by helping people navigate around it by creating a distinctive sense of place. This street hierarchy plan provides a clear strategy to apply across the site and ensures there are adequate linkages whilst also reinforcing legibility of key areas. Building upon the street hierarchy plan, this plan sets out means to encourage active transport and secure high levels of connectivity, which ensures the site is permeable through a range of transport means. The public transport strategy ensures that all future occupants and wider members of the community are well served by public transport within accessible distances, whilst helping integrate the site within the immediate and wider locality. The site-wide coding section also covers a range of acceptable parking strategies, a study of building topologies and form, refuse and recycling strategy, and sustainable design and construction principles, as all set out within the committee report. 6 key character areas are set out and apply to different areas of the site. These character areas will aid the creation of a sense of place and identity, which is coherent but distinct enough to help aid legibility and distinctiveness, whilst avoiding common pitfalls of volume house building where residential estates become maze-like and identical throughout. 2 colourways are proposed across the development, utilising different textures, colours and materials to again aid a sense of place whilst responding to the Suffolk vernacular and helping reinforce identity within different character areas. The first character area is the most rural to reflect its edge of settlement location. Dwellings will primarily face onto woodland areas for natural surveillance, and soft landscaping will feature heavily. The dwellings will comprise of 2 and 2.5 stories and will be either detached or semi-detached. All dwellings are to be laid out on informal drives and lanes. These areas will be low density of less than 30 dwellings per hectare. The village centre will act as the hub of the development and is a site of significant activity with a mixed use of community buildings, commercial and residential spaces. As it is a central point of the development, it will have slightly taller buildings, potentially 3.5 stories, and a higher density of greater than 41 dwellings per hectare. Hard landscaping will feature more heavily, with soft landscaping used in a more structured and ornamental way. The village green area provides a transitional space to the higher density of the village centre. The northern area will be at a density of more than 41 dwellings per hectare, whereas the southern area will be at a lower density of around 31 to 41 dwellings per hectare. Again, dwellings will be between 2 stories and 3.5 stories. The village green itself will be a focal green space and will adopt a more traditional open green character with a strong residential frontage facing onto it, again to aid natural surveillance. There will be trees interspersed throughout this area, but mown grass will predominantly feature on the green. This is a key character area accommodating the largest amount of housing. There will be pockets of incidental open space and play. Apartment blocks will feature in focal locations, again to aid legibility. Emphasis is placed on preventing car-dominated streets through effective parking strategies, provision and enclosure. It will feature 1 to 3 storey dwellings, with 2 storey dwellings making up the majority of the area. 31 to 40 dwellings per hectare will be the most common density. However, lower densities will be used in the more outer northern areas. There will be more hard landscaping with an urban feel to the southern areas of the site, graduating to a more soft landscaping with a suburban feel to the northern areas of the site. There will be differences in planting species used across the site, again to aid a sense of place and distinctiveness. Acton Lane is a central ribbon character area across the site and will adopt a semi-rural character. Existing hedgerows will be retained and form the main feature of soft landscaping, and dwellings will be set back to accommodate their attention. The area will feature detached, semi-detached and terraced dwellings of between 2 and 2.5 stories, with generous spacing between the plots. Dwellings within this character area are located on the edge of the residential neighbourhoods and provide effective transitional spaces between dwellings and green spaces and green corridors. 2 to 3 storey dwellings will feature, with 3 stories in key corner locations. Again, there will be a medium density of 31 to 40 dwellings per hectare, and detached, semi-detached and terraced dwellings will feature. The recommendation is therefore to approve the discharge of condition 8 as it has been effectively set out the guiding principles of quality design and will provide a consistent thread throughout all phases of development, ensuring a coherent development is delivered whilst enabling the council to resist attempts to water down quality. The discharge of condition 8 will further enable subsequent reserve matters to come forward and will aid the delivery of the strategic site. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jasmine. Are there any questions for the officer? Lee, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, so if we approve the sign-off of this design code, does that mean all developments on Chilton would have to be in line with this design code?
Yes, that essentially means that basically all development that comes through in subsequent reserve matters or other sort of applications will have to accord with the guiding principles of the design code unless it's sort of varied in some way.
Right. And also, just a more specific point, within the design code, how wide are the shared cycleway footpaths? 'Cause are they, I think it says 3 metres in the design code, but there's a letter from Taylor Wimpey saying they're going to be wider. So, which is...
That is probably something to clarify with the developer. I think obviously they will have to be in accordance with the standards as set out by Suffolk County Council Highways, but there is sort of a minimum, and obviously in some areas it may be that they are wider.
Yeah, this is for clarity really. I just want to make sure I'm following this because it's not quite straightforward, is it? So the design guide that you've just presented is the design guide that was in the original outline application, or this is the new design guide that we are now we're putting aside the original. This new one is the one that replaces it, and that's what we're voting to accept going forward on the rest of the development.
So there was no design code on the outline permission. Basically, condition 8 was put on the outline permission, which basically means that the developer or whoever it might be has to submit a design code, which is what you've seen today.
So this is the design code?
Yes.
God, this is a complicated way of getting around to accepting the design code. Right, on the basis that that is I'm now clear in my mind, then I would propose that can we go to that far? Because
we have questions to the officer stage.
All right.
So at this stage, I'd ask you not to. I know you know to move things along. Thank you very much. Please allow other. Councillor Parker, you'd like to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So with regards to the design code then, it's been independently verified by LUC, we can see that in the papers. So at whose behest did that, is that just good practice, or is somebody sort of said we want this independently assessed?
I think I'd pass that question over to Stephen Stroud.
Sorry, yeah, that's a good question, Councillor Parker. This was actually at the, it was proposed by officers and agreed with the working group that this would be a suitable response to ensure that it could be subject to due scrutiny, bearing in mind that it is obviously a technical document as well. So an independent external consultancy were instructed to consider an early iteration of the design code. They provided constructive comments and criticism. That was taken on board by the developer, and that has informed the final draft that you have before you to approve today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick points, and I think you'll probably say that part of it comes with the next application, but whereabouts on the site are the household recycling waste centre and the sewage farm, which seem to feature in the reports, but that surely they will have an impact on the design and layout of the design plan, which of course would then be in breach of that plan. And secondly, locally accepted design to reflect a sense of place is one of the aspects of the new planning legislation coming forward in Parliament, which presumably will change the 2021 NPPF into yet another format. Has that been taken into account, or are we likely to go back to square one again on this, or be operating with an out-of-date set of rules and regulations?
Chairman, shall I pick up on that fairly broad point? And perhaps it's also useful to note, in your table papers you've got a letter from Chilton Parish Council, which sort of touches on this in making reference to the NPPF, and that's on page 14. And it talks about the condition and the NPPF effectively overruling that. That's not the case. The NPPF and the National Model Design Code are material considerations to your decision here today. They don't overrule the condition. So the condition continues to apply. The condition that governs the build-out of this development and the design code you have before you this morning is described in paragraph 2.1 of your report on page 18. So that's the meat and drink of why we have a design code before us and what it looks to achieve. In terms of the NPPF and the future approach to design, the National Model Design Code is largely unchanged from the draft that the government consulted on. So this has been widely known, and I'm not inclined to think there will be any sudden lurch in different direction. I'm not aware there's a definition of what beauty is, which has now appeared in the NPPF. But in terms of changing things, I think you have all the tools here to create good design, and I'm tempted to think there'll always be a new national policy, but in terms of approach, the principles of good design stay solid through the generations, Chairman. So I'm not quite sure that we need to concern too much about future change, and we cannot predict it with certainty.
If I could just come back on that and say the principles of good design have been constant through the generations. Well, I think some people would look at 60s tower blocks and say that they were an abomination and not something that we could say stood firm through the generations. I think things are evolving, and the idea of beauty, as I understand it from the government's proposals, is going to be something that's set by local authorities, unless of course that gets usurped again, as it probably did from the 2011 Localism Act.
Any more questions for the officer? Councillor Beer, you wanted to go?
My question's been answered by the Chief Officer, so I'm satisfied, thank you.
Councillor Jameson, you got one?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies if this has already been answered, but what input did we have, if any, in this design code? Was it just the developer put this forward for us to sign off, or did we have some kind of input during putting it together?
So fortnightly working group meetings were held with members and parish councils, which enabled sort of key updates and consultation and feedback to sort of be collaboratively discussed. I'm not sure if Stephen has sort of anything further to add.
Yeah, sure. And there has also been input at an officer level as well from officers, obviously from this council at a planning officer level, and then also the county council as well, both in terms of floods and highways. The council has also procured advice in respect of ecology and landscape matters also, and all of that as a package has helped to shape what you have before you.
Just for clarity, you say that the weekly, 2 weekly meetings. Did that include Chilton Parish Council?
Yes, it did.
Because it seems on their paper they don't feel that they were engaged. Okay.
Any more questions? Councillor McLaren.
Just 2 questions, Jasmine. And it was reading the presentation rather than a question around the design code. 6.10, page 24, there's a reference to the management, and I presume this is post-development of green spaces. And that looked to me, and I may have misunderstood it, that will be undertaken by our own staff because money has been set aside for that. Is that right?
Yes, so there is a condition on the outline permission which ensures that there is a level of maintenance. I believe there is something in the section 106 as well, but Stephen may be able to confirm that. But yes, effectively, it will be effectively managed to ensure that, you know, green spaces are maintained in a usable capacity. So
that is a change, actually. Is it a change from what we've done on other developments?
Don't believe it is. I don't know if Stephen has anything to add.
Yes, certainly. Yes, that's right. I mean, this is obviously a significant scheme, and there's a whole body of information and documentation which supports it, running concurrently with the design code. There will also be a requirement for a landscape and ecological management plan that will be sort of the more granular detail in terms of a landscape and ecological strategy. In terms of the the ongoing management of areas, for instance, public spaces, I don't believe that it's settled as of yet, but within the Section 106 legal agreement, there is a cascade and a mechanism for it to effectively be in the gift of the council to determine what happens, and we have the opportunity to take on those spaces should we want them.
I'm sure we welcome that, Chair. Just another question. Recently, we've proposed that we develop a parking strategy across Babergh and Mid-Suffolk. One of the concerns that were raised with my discussions was the parking on grass verges, be that new development or existing streets within our district. This plan that's before us today, do you think that in any way perhaps prevents grass verge parking, because that is quite destructive, whether it's an old or new grass verge?
Yes, certainly. So whilst the design code, as I sort of reflected on in the presentation, provides key sort of broad guiding principles, all of the reserve matters will have to accord with policy and the standards, including parking standards and strategies of the time that application comes in. I do believe that there's definitely a distinct element of the design code which is seeking to prevent parking on grass verges, car-dominated streets, by providing, you know, adequate provision, adequate strategies, and also means of enclosure to sort of prevent people parking on those verges. But the specific detail of that will come with the reserve matters applications.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Given that this is a discharge condition, are we expecting to hear from speakers on this, or is it just for us to determine?
We're having
Sorry?
We're having speakers. It's open for the parish to...
Fine. In which case I have got questions I'll reserve for the speakers then in that case.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jasmine. Claire, do we have a representative from the Planning Committee? From Chilton Parish Council?
No, Chair. Chilton Parish Council were unable to attend, so their representation is included in the table papers.
Do we have an objector?
No.
So we can move straight to the agent?
Yes, we can.
Had the name here a moment ago. Ruth. Sorry. Anyway, can you introduce yourself? Because I've managed to lose your name on my papers. That's yes. It, you're on.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of this application for discharge of Condition 8 with a recommendation for approval from your officers. I'm Ruth Stainsby, a director at Gardner Stewart Architects, appointed by Taylor Wimpey as lead designers overseeing delivery of the residential portion of the Chilton Woods Master Plan. As you're aware, Taylor Wimpey secured acquisition of the land parcels for the residential and village centre component of Chilton Woods in 2020. The team have developed the design code to discharge Condition 8, which requires the code to cover the residential land, village centre and market square. Notwithstanding this, the scope of the design code has been widened to include detail on a site-wide landscaping on land which lies within the applicant's control. Matters relating to the construction management plan and landscape management plan are covered by separate controls and should be determined independently of the design code. For the avoidance of doubt, the design code does not cover land which sits outside of the applicant's control. Detail on these items will be secured by the relevant parties. The design code has been developed through an extensive consultation process with local stakeholders alongside an independent review. And ultimately, it will ensure that a cohesive and high-quality development is delivered. The content of the code builds upon the huge amount of consultation and analysis completed at the outline stage. A thorough site and context analysis has informed the decisions, and this included a local character study, which allowed us to develop a strong set of design principles for the whole site. There are numerous mandatory items clearly identified throughout the document. These mandatory items cover many issues from the macro to the micro, the area of allotments, the number and size of play areas, through to density, building heights, key views, gateways and landmarks. There's also a section on the hierarchy and character of streets and parking, including detailed guidance on the number of spaces required. And within the character section, the code provides guidance for the architecture and the landscape. Mandatory items include building form and frontage, heights, materials, colours, details, such as brick detailing, canopies and boundary treatments. Within the village centre section, mandatory items include the provision of the various uses, such as a community hall, market square, local workspaces, shops and a pub. The principles of the National Model Design Code and the National Design Guide have been followed. There is also a commitment in the code for all reserved matters to follow the principles of building for a healthy life, the industry standard for benchmarking quality. The application proposals are considered acceptable by the technical statutory consultees and your professional officers. The approval of this application represents a key milestone in the delivery of the strategically important site and new housing for Sudbury. We therefore hope you will agree with your officer's recommendation to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Councillor Jameson.
Sorry, just for clarity, so if we approve this, all phases will be built in line with this design code, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
All residential phases.
Yeah, and also, how wide are the cycle lanes, shared cycle lane footpaths going to be?
I think that question was to you, Jasmine, wasn't it? And I think we do need to go back and just double check that, because it did change and it was something that was raised within the working group.
Yeah, so
but it will certainly be compliant with the Suffolk County Council guidance.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, the design code sets the minimum on the spine road of 3 metres. There is, and that's for a shared footway cycleway with a footway on the other side of the road. The detailed consideration of the individual plots will, in most cases, have more facilities. You know, strategic spine routes through the site, but in terms of the minimum levels set in the code, primarily on the spine road, it's that 3 metre figure that Jasmine quoted earlier.
Chairman, just to pick up on one point about this question of this being, you know, the version of the code that will guide everything. That's true at this point in time. The code itself does describe a process of review and a mechanism for that. It's, in the modern parlance, it's an evolving document, so that as the development progresses and as standards change, one would expect it to change with that. So the code itself that you're agreeing includes a mechanism for its own review.
Councillor Parker, you have a...
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the papers. Chilton Parish Council have given us a very late submission, quite a detailed late submission as well. And in it, they refer to a letter that they sent to you in November 2020, which is it's in the appendix here, 16 pages long. and Chilton Parish Council contend that you haven't responded to that. Is that fair?
We made huge changes to the code following consultation with the working group. Particularly, one of the big criticisms at the time was that it didn't include information on the site-wide landscaping because the condition didn't require so. So a whole new section was added to the code to include the strategic landscaping, the community woodland, for example, the allotments, those sorts of landscaped areas. We added a lot more detail, lots more imagery on character. I've written a few more things down. There was a lot more signposting. New policy was actually coming in as we were writing it. So the model design guide, for example, was coming in. So we made changes to adapt to that. A lot more detail on the village centre was put in there in terms of the uses, the size of some of those buildings, what would be included within those buildings. And some of the structure of the document was changed, and there were just a lot more measurable aims, if you like, in there, and more mandatory items. So we feel as a team we've fully addressed their comments. Something I know that which has concerned the working group is that Taylor Wimpey do not own the whole of the Chilton Wood site. So there are areas that are not in their ownership. So part of the community woodland, for example, and the county wildlife site, and therefore part of those areas aren't included in this code because it's out of the control.
Aaron, you had a question?
Just one thing, obviously with the site of this site, it's not unknown that the main developer then sells off sections of that site to another developer. Would that other developer then be required to continue with the design code that we've actually agreed today?
Absolutely, yes, and that is one of the main functions of a design code. Actually, it gives us all comfort that if someone else comes on board, you will still get that quality.
Thank you very much. Now moving on, we have the ward members to address us, and we're kicking off with Councillor Arthey. Councillor.
Councillor Babergh first, that's probably better.
Whatever you want to. Councillor Maybury, you have 5 minutes to address the council, the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my colleague for letting me go first. First of all, I would like to start by saying Councillor Barrett raised the issue about the entitlement of this document. I did raise that earlier, about 2 weeks ago, and I'm sorry to see that the title of this document was not altered. I'm sorry that Chilton Parish Council is not here, but personal circumstances at the moment prevent Lady Hart from attending, and I send my sympathies to her. I would like to state the design code is simply too vague in places, filled with possibilities and qualifications. It is not a blueprint that specifies what is intended to go where. It speaks of a landscape-led approach, but its description of the green spaces confuses amenity land intended for walkers, play areas and so on, with environmentally friendly land, which, if it is not to be ecologically useful, cannot also be used as an amenity. Ponds should not be overhung by trees, but placing a pond in woodland is suggested. The LUC report rightly states that the planning and planting of the green spaces should be done for the whole development at the outset, not as part of separate phases of development under sustainability. It also recommends that the landscaping needs to show where the different ecological habitats suitable for specific species are to be allocated. The village centre is a crucial focal point of the development. but the map shows it to be divided by an arterial road between an inadequate triangular green to the south and the buildings to the north, comprising the community hall, retail outlet, pub and workplace. Even these are described as possible rather than specific buildings. It is left unclear what village centre buildings Taylor Wimpey intends to build. No reference seems to be made to street lighting. What kind of lighting is envisaged? What would its environmental impact be? Who would pay for the electricity and maintenance of the lights? Suffolk County Council is investigating the impact of flooding into Sudbury from the site at Chilton Woods and is considering further Suds basins. And I would like to note here that that was a question that I had to raise. The result and its consequences should be added to the site document before a design code is agreed. Water runoff, which supplies established ponds and moats, should be maintained at its current level and mitigation measures applied to prevent pollution of this natural resource. Given the importance of this development, the design code should only be approved once these issues have been addressed. I would also like to make some further comments. There's been a comment about the pedestrian cycleway. Suffolk County Council will, I'm sure, remember that it was I also that suggested it should be 3 metres wide. It would have been a lot narrower. The other interest that I would like to say on this, and I might be drifting over towards the next application too, is that this is part of an old airfield site, and the design code should really look at part of that too. We should really be appreciating our historical efforts during the war and at times of great concern to the parishes and the country, as well as other items. The greatest fault of this design code, I will add, is the lack of the community woodland. This is supposed to be part of the parish where I live, but this piece of land has not been purchased by Taylor Wimpey, or it was even in the ownership of Suffolk County Council.
Thank you, Councillor Avery.
Thank you.
Time, you've gone quite over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the ward member? No, in that case, thank you very much. Can we ask Councillor Arthey? You have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, thanks. There's been extensive consultation and engagement, as you've heard, and there have been a lot of working group meetings. I think it's probably fair to say that either Margaret Maybury or I have been present at every single one. I think I've missed 2, and I think Margaret has missed 1, but we were present for the one that the other one missed, if you like. I think with something like this, you can't please all of the people all of the time. It's rather unusual that this morning you're not actually determining a planning application, but a discharge of conditions, or discharge of a condition, condition 8. Usually you concern yourself with the determination of an application and the appropriate conditions attached to that, and you leave the approval of the details of those conditions to your officers. But in this case, as was explained earlier, I think there have been requests for a fully public decision by this committee, and I think you even asked for that as a committee at an earlier meeting. As I have said, there's been extensive consultation and engagement, which, as you've heard, has informed changes, some of those quite significant, and it's also been subject to a lengthy assessment. My view, for what it's worth, is that it's good, much better than it was when it was first prepared. It could, of course, be different. It may be that it could be better. But some of these issues, you're starting to stray into sort of elements of taste So some people think that something looks better than something else. I think your decision has to be, is it good? Is it fit for purpose? And my view, for what it's worth, is yes. Thank you.
Councillor Marthy? Councillor Busby?
Thank you. Clive, it's all well and good having a design code, but on its own, it's just a design code. Would it be better for us to park this for the moment, look at the next item to see how it is interpreted in an actual planning application?
The order that you take them is a decision for your chairman or for you. To be honest with you, I don't really think it makes any difference. I think logically you would probably deal with the design code first, wouldn't you? Because the purpose of the design code is to guide all of the subsequent applications, subsequent being after. So I think you would probably do this first, wouldn't you? And then deal with the first reserved matters application for housing later on.
Okay, so we'll move on. We do have a statement from... Councillor Osborne, you're going to go next. Thank you.
Right, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did send an email to the Chair with my comments, as I was not sure if I was able to attend, so I do apologise for my lateness and put it down, blame my grandchildren for that. However, I do welcome this application, and we have waited so many years for it to come forward, so I'm really pleased that it is moving on. A great deal of engagement with local members has been facilitated, including Chilton, very much so, by the developer, and many comments and observations have been taken into account and actually helped shared this design guide that you're looking at today. As can be seen in your report, the Sudbury Town Council support this application, but are concerned at the lack of solar panels, but that was their one and only concern. This design guide, although not perfect, it goes a long, long way to achieving this housing development, and I look forward to the provision of affordable housing coming forward, and I support this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again my apologies for being late.
Any questions from the committee to the board member? No? Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have a statement from Councillor Malvese.
Yes, thank you,
I'll
Chair.
ask the Governor's Officer to read it, please.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Committee, thank you for enabling me to address issues of concern relating to this development. I am concerned that Taylor Wimpey has not seen fit to use this development as an exemplar to lead the march on climate change through housing sustainability and to up the ante in respect of biodiversity. If we are to counteract the concrete jungle and all the negative elements associated with such large-scale housing developments, greater biodiversity and sustainability is necessary. Only this weekend, the United Nations published a report laying responsibility for damage to the planet at our feet. Only a few weeks ago did this planning committee flex its environmental muscle and deferred a reserved matters application. I'm not suggesting they should do likewise here, but I do ask Taylor Wimpey, why have you not taken the Chilton Woods development as your exemplar? Why have you not future-proofed it? Why are you not leading but simply following? Why are you installing gas boilers knowing that they will be obsolete very soon? Why are you not giving residents a facility to collect rainwater? Why are you not covering the roofs of the houses with photovoltaic panels with any surplus going to the national grid? This would reduce your CO2 emissions substantially. How environmental is the insulation of all properties? Apart from the roof spaces, are the walls and floors fully insulated? Are the windows fitted with treble glazed panels that reflect the sun, thus keeping the property cool in warm or, dare I say, hot weather? I also hope that great consideration is given to the construction management plan and the construction traffic does not utilise Albury Drive or Acton Lane. However, as I have stated previously, this is your opportunity to lead the way and demonstrate an exemplar sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. Obviously, can't ask any questions of Ms. Councillor Malvese, so we'll open the subject for debate. Councillor Parker, would you like to kick off?
Yeah, well, I'll just start off, Chair, just by saying that The terminology doesn't help members here. I mean, I'm broadly supportive of this, actually. I'll say up front. But is this a design code or a design guide? Because those two words have ever so slightly different nuance. I mean, a guide is exactly that. It can be interpreted, it can be moulded. A code is a set of instructions. So I'll just be interested in officer's comment, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, if I start this, and doubtless Mr. Stroud can correct me when I go wrong. Design guides were quite commonplace in the past, and and we'll be familiar with the Suffolk Design Guide as being quite a prescriptive set of, and usually highway-driven bases for development. So design coding goes much wider. So if you look at the National Model Design Code, you will see, and you look with this, you will see the width of issues covered goes well beyond what would in the past have been the subject matter of a design guide, i.e. roads, building heights, relationships of buildings. There is an emphasis in design coding around how you experience places, about what they actually like to be in, and goes beyond a pure technical measurement of things in that very hard sense. So there is an evolution in language. I think, if I'm quite honest, that's partly political, because the status of a guide versus a code, it's still a material consideration. I think the point with a code is that this should not be a straitjacket to reserve matters, but should channel them down a route, because there may be circumstances where particular approaches don't work. But the point of design, as it has evolved in the past 10, 15 years, has become an exercise where developers are not prescribed what they do, but are encouraged to show their thinking as to why they have reached a point in design. And with design coding, where that is done with communities, there is an exercise of co-creation and discussion about the practicalities of this. Taylor Wimpey are a large national house building company. We must be realistic that most houses on large development sites are provided in that way. Nonetheless, it is possible to create areas and to create developments which have their own character, and we have seen enough stories on the news which reflect individual developments that haven't worked in the past, and Councillor Hinton kind of referred to some of the lessons of the 1970s. So design coding and design guiding, I don't think the language is especially helpful or problematic. In this instance, we've got to work with a planning condition which requires a design code. The point is that it should show the way to lead the subsequent reserve matters on this allocation site. Your policy, CS4 in the core strategy, clearly allocates and sets out the parameters for what the development should be. The design code puts some of the flesh on the bones of this, but ultimately it is not an absolute straitjacket over what you now have. And to that extent, I don't think the language gets you that far, and I wouldn't be concerned by it. So I don't know if that at all answers your question, Chairman.
Councillor Busby.
Yeah, could the officers respond to the letter from Councillor Malvesi, please, in terms of future-proofing and sustainability?
Yes, certainly. I think the Chief Planning Officer has already referred to the fact that there would be a need for the design code to reflect and review as the scheme progresses, and obviously therefore the developer's got to be cognizant of changes in the law and other regimes separate to planning, for example the building regulations, where at the moment it is entirely lawful for somebody a developer to propose a gas boiler. Nevertheless, we do still have policies that require betterment to be made over and above building regulation standards in terms of efficiencies and CO2 emissions, and that's the standard that we would be considering current reserve matters applications, mindful of course that there is a plan at examination at the moment which sets an even higher standard, and as that progresses, and eventually when of course that plan is adopted, there will be a new standard that the developer will have to accord with, and indeed that will be material for all reserve matters applications coming forward. But this gets back to the relationship between the design code and of course those future reserve matters applications, where the code provides the code and the framework. The reserve matters will provide the granular detail and have to of course deal with the relevant requirements prevailing in the policy context of the time.
Yeah, I think Stephen's answered what my question was going to be, but it's just that Councillor Melvase's point was sort of trying to future-proof something that's not on the statute at the moment, which I think is not something we can actually vote on. So she's asking us to put something in, or recommend something that maybe is in the future, but is actually not on the, within our power to do at the moment. And that strikes me as a bit, yeah, I mean, we'd all aspire to it, but it's not there at the moment. So presumably, when and if building regs change that we go forward, then those building regs will be up to date with the future phases that come in, which is what we've got to look at. So nice that she puts these points, but totally irrelevant to our conversation today.
But nothing we can answer. Yes, carry on.
Chairman, it's one of those odd situations. You're dealing with a discharge of condition, so it's not a planning application. You can't rewrite the outline permission. Whether we like it or we don't, we must deal with that as our baseline. And members will be aware that I've already expressed my opinions about trying to reverse engineer some of these things. We have to work within the scope of the decision that we have and the policies that we have. If they are not adequate, we change the policies. If they then lead to a need to evolve the design code, then that we will do. And as Stephen has described, there is a design code review mechanism. And as our new JLP comes in, logically, one of the things that we would review is what that expects of this development in future phases.
Councillor James.
In reference to what's just been said, although we can't force the developer to do things beyond building code, if the developer is saying they're going to do something in this design code, surely we should be able to push that as a minimum of what they're going to do, even if, I mean, otherwise if they're going to go, we can't perhaps push them more than what they're saying in the design code, but surely we can ask them to do at least what they're saying they're going to do in this design code.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry, Councillor Devlin. I didn't quite follow the question, but I think I think I got the spirit of it, which was we should be doing the best we can to push developers to go above and beyond. Is that? Well,
so yeah, we should. But I mean, if this developer is saying in this design code they're going to do X. Surely we can at least say to them, well, you've got to do X. You've said so in the design code. Why are you going back and doing something worse?
Well, certainly, but at the same time, when we've got the application in, we've got to consider the policy context that's relevant. And clearly, if there is a tension, that tension will have to be resolved, whether that requires a review of the design code or not. I think all I would say in terms of the application that you're about to consider, obviously you'll be considering that against the current development plan and mindful of the design code that you may or may not be approving in a few minutes. That phase of development, of course, is for quite a lot of housing, 100 and something houses. You know, realistically, that's going to take a couple of years to build out. One would think that by the time that the next phase comes into play, then clearly the developer, and I think they're probably thinking about this right now, what they need to do to meet whatever standards are going to be coming in, but that wouldn't necessarily be relevant for this particular phase.
I think our officers are on the ball with this. You've answered all the questions. I'd like to propose that we accept the officers' recommendation. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will second Councillor Beer's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more comments before we go to a vote on the proposal? To approve? To approve it? Carry on.
If I could just clarify, Chair.
Describe exactly what we're approving.
Certainly, Chairman, and just to correct things on your front sheet, it rather ambiguously describes recommendation blank planning permission listed building consent. It's none of those things, Chairman, just for the record. So the recommendation before you is also perhaps a bit more mercurial than I would hope, and bearing in mind I probably had some hand in writing it, that's my fault. So the recommendation on page 29, rather than authority be delegated to the Chief Planning Officer to determine and discharge application condition 8 of the outline planning permission, it will be to approve and discharge condition 8. So just for the record, that will give effect to your decision today. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay with the proposal and second? Thank you. Any more comments? If not, we'll go to a vote. Claire, if you would be so kind.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you go to your excuse me, ModGov app, this vote is now in progress.
Everyone voted?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's 10 votes for. That's unanimous.
So that's a unanimous decision. Thank you very much. Can we now please take just a 5-minute break to allow the officers to clear some people from the room and bring some others in? Can you please wear your masks as you go along the corridor? And 5 minutes, which means We all in place? We all refreshed? Okay. Moving on to DC 21012764, Chilton Woods Mixed Development to the north of Woodall Business Park, Sudbury. I would like to invite the Case Officer Sam Summers to present the application. If you would be so kind.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Just to point your attention to the late papers, you have received a letter this morning from Chilton Parish Council objecting to the application. And also within the papers themselves, there is a statement from the developer just addressing some of the issues that Highways raised during their consultation response. This application addresses reserve matters for layout, appearance, scale and landscaping for Phase 1 of the Chilton Woods development. Phase 1 is a residential development of 200 houses. The Chilton Woods development is to the north of Sudbury, is within the parishes of Chilton and Sudbury. Outline planning permission has been granted for the erection of up to 1,150 dwellings, 15 hectares of employment development, a household waste recycling centre, district heating energy centre, village centre comprising retail, village hall, primary school, preschool and car parking, new vehicular access points, sustainable transport links, community woodland, open space, sustainable drainage, sports pavilion, playing fields and allotments. Today's application concerns this plot of land that is outlined in red and is to the southern part of the Chilton Woods development site. This is an area photograph showing the site within the pink hatching. Acton Lane runs along this field boundary here and actually through the site, dividing it into two separate areas. On the eastern side is the larger area with the Andersons development, which is currently under construction in this area here. We have St Mary's Close along here. Aubrey Drive is in this area here, and Reynolds Way just here. The site of the old middle school, which is now closed, is in this area here. This is the site outlined in red. It shows the existing development and also the development that is currently under construction, the Anderson site, just here. There isn't really very much in the way of constraints to the site, apart from two oak trees which are subject to tree protection orders, and they're on this western site, just one there and another one just there. This is the layout of the site. There are two access points proposed, one from Aubrey Drive and the other one from the Reynolds Way and Acton Lane junction, just here. The access points were agreed at the outline stage and details have been agreed under the major infrastructure works application that members heard earlier this year. This is the layout plan showing the dwellings, the roads, parking areas, paths, cycleways and landscaping. What members should be concerned about for this application is the land inside of the distributor road, which goes around the outside of the site here. That was actually agreed under the major infrastructure works. So it's literally everything within that area. Acton Lane will be vehicle free, making it safe for pedestrians and cyclists. This is particularly important because it links the primary school site, which is this area just in here, to the rest of the site. There's pathways and cycleway link that runs up through the site, up to Acton Lane, and then it carries on through along here, and that also links everything to the school site. The paths are all the way along the highway and also through the open space areas of the site. The cycleway cuts through the sites and along Acton Lane. Acton Lane will form an attractive green passageway. There are open spaces for sustainable drainage along Acton Lane. There are 6 apartment blocks which are served by parking courts. They're located just here, another one here, 2 just here, and then a further 2 in that western site, just there. There are also parking courts to serve other dwellings within the site. It's a little bit difficult to see the detail on here, but they are scattered around the area in these sort of locations. Most of the dwellings do have on-site parking, but the smaller dwellings and terraced housing would be using the parking courts that are set behind the main highway. This does mean that the area is kept pretty much vehicle-free and is not car-dominated when people are travelling around the site. This shows the cycleways. Sorry for the odd angle of the plan, but I thought it would be easier for members to sort of understand the site if I was to orientate it the same way as the other plans that we've had. So the green dotted line is the cycleway through the site and forms part of this application. The orange lines around the outside of the boundaries, and they formed part of the major infrastructure works, including the cycleway through Acton Lane here. Phase 1 is a residential development comprising 14 one-bedroom apartments, 22 two-bedroom apartments, 18 two-bedroom coach houses, 45 two-bedroom houses, 93 bedroom houses, 14 four-bedroom houses, and 7 five-bedroom houses. So as you can see, most of the housing are quite small houses rather than the big executive houses that we often see on developments. This is a plan that shows the location of the units. So the grey colour is the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. The pink are the 2-bedroom coach houses. Yellow are the 2-bedroom houses. Beige colour are the 3-bedroom houses. Blue, the 4-bedroom houses, and the red are the 5-bedroom houses. This plan shows the heights of the buildings proposed. There are no bungalows proposed. However, there are ground floor flats that disabled people or elderly people might be able to use if they have problems with movement. The sort of creamy coloured buildings that you can see on there that are marked as single storey, they are actually garage buildings. The golden colour are the 2-storey buildings, and then the orange colours are the 2.5-storey buildings, which include the apartment blocks and dwellings with dormer windows. The height of the buildings was restricted by the outline permission, and there will be no building above 10.8 metres in height in phase 1. The 2.5-storey buildings have been used to help residents and visitors to find their way around the development and are used as pointers. This shows the location of the affordable dwellings. Yellow are the privately owned dwellings, and purple the affordable dwellings, blue the shared ownership dwellings. And as you can see, they are actually pepper potted around the site. There are a total of 85 affordable dwellings proposed on this site. This equates to 42.5% of the total of 200 dwellings, which means that a high number of the affordable units are being delivered early within the Chilton Woods development. These are some photographs of the area, and if we just go from the top here, this is Reynolds Way and the houses within Reynolds Way. You're just seeing the junction with Acton Lane just here actually. This is the actual junction with Reynolds Way and Acton Lane, and from this point we would be pedestrianising this area, and access to the western site would be through this area just here. Down here we have Rayleigh Road and Acton Lane, and this one shows the play area to the south of Acton Lane and Hawkins Road, close to the old middle school site. This is taken from inside the site, looking out towards Rimmer Close and Reynolds Way. This one here. These are houses to the entrance of the eastern site on Aubrey Drive. And this is the access point to from Aubrey Drive into that eastern larger site just here. This area here is what you're seeing will be the public open space where the SUDS is contained, that formed part of the major infrastructure works that was decided earlier this year. As you heard in the previous presentation, the outline permission required that a design code be agreed between the developer and the local planning authority. The design code would be used to inform the different phases of development to ensure that a coherent development is built that blends with its surroundings and ensures the character of Chilton Woods as a whole reads as an attractive extension to the existing development of the area. The design code has identified phase 1 into 3 different character areas. The brown colour is the residential character area. The centre of the site in pink is the Acton Lane character area, and the green area around the edge is the Parkside and Linear Green linkages character area. The residential neighbourhood character area includes a variety of building types, which include semi-detached, terraced cottages, coach houses and occasional detached dwellings. Traffic is calmed by design to encourage walking and cycling, and shared surfaces are used. Courtyard parking has been designed to keep traffic away from public viewpoints so that streets are not car dominated. There is a medium density of build. Buildings are finished predominantly in brickwork with some render in lighter tones. Roofs are finished in composite slate, pan tiles or plain tiles. And detailing includes gables with pentis boards, brick detailing and occasional chimneys. The Acton Lane character area is in the centre of the site and divides the 2 developments. Dwellings are mainly semi-detached and detached. This area is pedestrianised and cycle-friendly. Houses are set back from Acton Lane to allow existing hedgerows to be retained. Houses look out onto Acton Lane and provide natural surveillance of the area. The houses are larger and have garages. Lighter tones of brickwork and render are used to finish the buildings, with tiles or composite slate to finish the roof. Detailing on gables, dormer windows, brickwork detailing and chimneys are design features of this area. Front boundaries will be softly planted. The Parkside and Linear Green linkages are mainly along the eastern and western boundaries, but also wrap along the northeastern boundary. These areas provide the boundary between built form and the public open space. The dwelling space onto the distributor road. This is where the apartment blocks can be found along with other types of dwellings. Window placement encourages natural surveillance of the green areas. The heights of buildings give variation and help to break up the built form. Focal buildings are used to waymark the area so that people do not get lost or confused when travelling around the site. Chimneys and dormer windows give some interest. Dwellings are finished mainly in brick of a darker tone than the other two areas in this development, with some render in lighter colours which help to waymark. Taylor Wimpey has entered into public engagement with a working group of interested parties from parish councils, Suffolk County Council and also district ward members. These meetings have been held on a fortnightly basis and have discussed both the design code and also the phase 1 development. Concerns were raised about the apartment blocks, which are 2.5 stories high, and how this may have an impact on the existing dwellings in St Mary's Close, but also the dwellings that are currently under construction in Anderson, in the Anderson development. Taylor Wimpey have provided some drawings here that show the distances of the development from the other development areas, with a minimum distance of 40 metres. On this area here, we have distances of over 100 metres. These distances are considered to be acceptable. In general terms, it's recognised that back-to-back distances are generally acceptable at 25 metres, and this development far exceeds those measurements. As members will have noted from looking at the detail of the application, there are a lot of house types. So rather than take you through each individual house type, I thought it might be more helpful to actually have the street elevations where you can understand a bit more about the mix of housing, the materials used, and also the spacing between the dwellings. This one shows the dwellings along the cycleway. There is variety in the mix of dwellings and also in the colour of the buildings that use the lighter tones of brick and render. Dwellings face out onto the cycleways for natural surveillance. Dwellings are larger on Acton Lane with garaging. The materials are the lighter tones again, and there are many trees that you can possibly just make out. They're quite faint along the roads here. This is the northern part of Acton Lane at the top end of the site. Again, they're the larger dwellings and have the soft planting treatment to the front. This is the main entrance to the site from Albury Drive. The mix and design of the dwellings is greater, giving a bit more variety in the mix. The brick tone is darker, and this area is within the Parkside character area. The block of apartments is shown just here, so that you can see as the height goes up here, and that is a 2.5 storey building, which is no greater than 10.8 metres high. This is this is the eastern edge, and again you can see the types of building along here. We have the other type of apartment block just here. This is the boundary with the school site, which faces onto the cycleway. Another apartment block is shown just here. Boundary walls are used in these public areas to give the area an attractive an appearance, and you can just see those in here and also in this bottom plan just here. This is the road leading from Reynolds Way. Again, there is an apartment block to help orientate yourself within the development, and this is the apartment block here. We are back to the smaller and lighter tones of dwelling within the residential character area, looking out onto one of the public open spaces. A greater variety of dwellings can be seen here and includes the coach house type, which has the parking behind the site. And this is the coach house type of dwelling just here. And vehicles would move here into the parking courts behind. There are 2 types of apartment block with 6 blocks over the whole site. There are a total of 4 of this type, 2 in the eastern site and 2 in the western site. There are 6 separate apartments in this block, each with 2 bedrooms. There is a central staircase with storage under the stairs at ground floor level for prams and wheelchairs. This is the other type of apartment. There are 2 of this type in the eastern site. Each block provides 6 apartments with 1 bedroom. Again, there is storage for prams and wheelchairs under the stairs at ground floor level. Each block has a garden area suitable for drying clothes outside. A bin and cycle storage area is also included. One of the features of the Chilton Woods development is the large amount of public open space. Apart from the wide swathe of open space to the east of the north east of the site, sorry, I'm getting myself in a muddle. Apart from this here, which was under the major infrastructure works, we also have this area here along Acton Lane, this one just here, and then this area just here, which also adjoins the Acton Lane area. These green spaces give a nice relief from the built form. And from the plan, you can see the 2 oak trees that are marked with the red stars that are subject to the tree preservation orders. They are to be retained. The main public open spaces, as I've said, are along Acton Lane itself, with this central green just here, and then also this green area along here. This is the northern part of Acton Lane. Rustic timber post and rail fencing will ensure that vehicles do not park on this area. New hedgerow is proposed and native trees with a wild flower margin along the lane side. In the southern part of Acton Lane, a sud swale is proposed that will be planted with wildflowers. Post and rail fencing will protect the area from parking. This is the central green area, which is that triangular shape in the eastern side of the site. It has a play area in its centre. This area will have bollards and hedging to protect it from parking. This area includes a seat and footpath through, and also the cycleway, which you can see just here. This is the western doorstep green, which is at the far end of the site, and is a nice green buffer on the western side of the development with the distributor road. This area will also have a play area and seating with a footpath through and cycle links at the northern part of the open space. These photographs show some of the landscape finishes for the site. This shows soft boundaries and the low hedges that are required in the design code for the Acton Lane character area. These are the post and rail fences to protect the public open spaces from parking. And this is an example of some of the brick walls that are proposed with flint panels. This shows the detail of the traffic calming with block paving on raised tables. This alerts drivers that they are entering a residential area and that they should be aware of both pedestrians and cyclists. Hedges and tree planting soften this development along the edges of the road. This shows the detailing of landscaping around one of the parking courts and the apartment blocks. This is the apartment block here. This is the parking associated with it, and then we have these green areas around the building which can be used for drying clothes. Taylor Wimpey has produced some CGIs of the public open space to give you an idea of how the development will mature. This is the swale on Acton Lane with the larger dwellings overlooking the open space. This is the central green with the play area in the centre and the cycleway links. And this is looking from the large open area at the entrance to the site and looking at the landmark buildings. So this is where the pale render is used to waymark that you're entering into the development site. The main distributor road runs in front of these houses. Also, you can see the level of planting that is proposed along here, with the trees just faded so that you can still see the type of houses behind. This application seeks agreement of reserve matters for Phase 1 of the Chilton Woods development. Members are considering layout, appearance, scale and landscaping today. These details have been informed by the design code and have been subject to public engagement, both with the Chilton Woods Working Group and also with the general public, who received a postcard inviting them to view the application prior to the formal submission of this application that you're seeing today. The application is considered to be in line with the design code and has not raised any concern from statutory consultees. The scheme brings forward a larger proportion of affordable housing at an early stage of the development, which is a huge public benefit. The scheme is attractive and provides green space, footpaths and cycleways which promote a healthy lifestyle. This application is recommended for approval with the conditions as set out in your agenda. Thank you.
Now move on to questions from the officer. Councillor Beer, I'm going to beat you to this one. Slide 38, Sam, if we may.
Pardon? Slide 38. Yes, I got that down. A couple of points. Well, I think I've got about 3 for you. The mix, Lax 1 mix, did you ask the applicant whether they'd consider bungalows? Has this been picked up at all? Because that is, well, they're certainly omitted. I mean, the rest of them look quite nice and what have you, and there's a good mix, but no bungalows. And that's a big yes, so I certainly think they ought to take this on board when the next lots come along. But anyway, did you ask them? That was the question.
As you can see, the density of build on this site is quite tight. It's medium density build, and we're bringing forward a huge proportion of affordable dwellings on this site. So the land is actually quite limited in order to put bungalows in at this stage. My understanding is that as more phases come forward, they will provide some bungalows. We do have ground floor flats, which do provide that single-storey dwelling element within this development.
Well, moving on to the blocks, I mean, they don't look as attractive as the rest, and perhaps that's where bungalows could have been considered, but I take your point. I'll put the question to the applicant. The other thing was the parking courts. Will they be allocated to a dwelling?
I'm not too sure on that, and that's probably something that Taylor Wimpey would be able to answer during their presentation.
All right, well, I'll try and remember to ask that one to them. And yes, the other thing, can you assure me there is no grass verges on the edges of the main roads? The chairman knows where I'm coming on this. which are sort of a green grassed area with services underneath, instead of a hard tarmac path, because cars do park on them. You know the sites I'm referring to. We don't want them replicated here, or anywhere actually, because they end up an absolute eyesore, Mr. Chairman. And I did notice that you'd got, or you said that a lot of the play areas had got wooden little ballards around, whatever. After 10 years, who's going to pay for them and the upkeep? Because, you know, they don't last forever. And whilst they may stop the cars today, once one of them fall down or collapse or rot or whatever, or get knocked down, cars will be on there. And nobody, the residents, don't want to pay for them. So that was, can you help on that?
Yeah, of course.
Councillor, if you go back to slide 38, you'll see what Councillor Beer was talking about in terms, there we are, up the top, there's a hard road, next to the building, there's a grass verge. Exactly what you were talking about, yes?
You and I can park on there rather than go to the garage in the forecourt. Yeah.
Well, you might. But
yeah, I'm sure you would, that your residents do as well, Mr. Chairman.
What the implication is that grass, when wet, gets parked on and then soon becomes an absolute eyesore.
Yeah, there is very little in the way of verges. Most of them along the roadsides do have paths. I can see what you mean with this grass verge though. And I think if members really are worried about that point, I'm sure Taylor Wimpey will take that away. One of the conditions that is recommended, if approved, is that a landscaping plan is revised, because we do have some outstanding issues around some of the brick walls. So details are to come further from that, and certainly bollards could be put in those grass verges to discourage people from parking on them.
Could I just come back on that point? Would it be possible, because Glensford is another place where we've had this experience, I believe, and it might have been even Lebanon, but they become an eyesore. We don't ought to encourage any of them, and if we can stop them at this stage, we should. Putting bollards on them, well, that really doesn't look very nice. Why don't you just tarmac it, and then if the car wants to stop there, it's not going to make such a mess. But at the moment, we will be opening this up to these problems, and I can show you, and I'd like the committee to all come to Great Cornard on a particular estate, and I'll show you exactly what it's like after 2 years, not 10.
Perhaps Councillor Beer would like to bring us some photographs rather than have us all trampling on the grass. Thank you. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Chair. Sam, I'm back to the apartments again. Can you just confirm, we've got across the site, this site, we've got 36 apartments. And 2, is that right, 2 only are allocated for disabled use? My question is, why do we not require, perhaps not in every block, but some blocks to have a lift? Because disability comes to all ages at different times, and if I become disabled, I may have to move from my apartment somewhere else.
Yeah, and this is something that Taylor Wimpey talked through with the working group. It's an issue that was raised at several of the meetings, actually. Because all of the apartment blocks are going to be affordable units, it's really difficult to get a registered provider on board that is willing to go to the cost of not only installing it, but also is the ongoing maintenance. So it is a tricky situation. They are only three floors, so you know, the argument is that are they really necessary? I agree with the taller apartment blocks, you would normally see lifts installed in those. However, in this particular case, it's not something that's coming forward, I'm afraid.
It might have been good to consider at least one block. I think we underestimate how people's lives change, and that's not just about the elderly. And certainly, I think in the parish council comment, they were saying about young families, because obviously the apartments are 2 bedrooms, so it is going to be multi-occupied. But thank you very much, Sam. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hinton, you're in the middle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick one. In the description of the development on page 33, it talks about the household waste recycling centre, which I didn't get an answer to from my previous question on this. A district heating network energy centre, and a bit further on it talks about Anglian Water's assets in terms of sewage pumping and distances from that as well. Where are they on this development? Because nobody's mentioned them so far.
So actually those bits are to come forward at a different phase. Today we're literally just looking at the site phase 1 for the 200 houses.
So the comments from Anglian Water about their pumping station and protecting their assets and everything else are premature? Okay, just at a clarification point for the other members, within my village we've got 3 blocks of flats, each with 6 flats in, all 2 bedrooms, no lifts. They were originally owned by the council. Now they're about 50% owner-occupier. But next door to them are a couple of rows of bungalows. So there was a provision there for all needs. The other thing I would just like to ask is, Councillor Beers talked about bungalows and need for bungalows. What about homes for life? Because they are multifaceted in terms of their usage, in that they can be occupied by young families at the start of their house owning career and continue through to old age without them ever having to move.
I believe that some of the houses are actually lifetime homes, but that's something that the developer will be able to answer.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the developer, if I've read correctly, has agreed to do double yellow lines on some of the main roads. I wonder, that's one question. Firstly, if you could just point out which roads they're referring to. And the other question is, any hedges that border properties, are they protected or can they be removed by future residents?
In terms of the yellow lines, that has got to be agreed as part of a Section 38 agreement with Suffolk County Council, so that will come at a slightly later date than this application. Stephen might be able to help with the hedges, because I'm not too sure whether we have a condition that protects the landscaping for a certain period of time on the outline.
Without pulling the permission up, I'm fairly sure that there is a condition that requires aftercare for when it's planted. It's fairly standard that there would be, should they become diseased or die, there's usually a 5 or possibly even 10-year in this case aftercare period.
Yeah, Sam, slide 37, please. It's the one before. Does the cycle route run through the play area, or is it separated by something?
Yeah, no, it's just here, actually. It pops out onto the distributor road at this point here. So this one is just a pathway, pedestrian pathway that runs through the site.
Okay, so we're not mixing cycles and children?
No.
Good. And I like the idea that you have to put red bricks in the road to indicate they're in a residential area. The houses aren't big enough to give a clue.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, you have a question.
Yeah, just for confirmation purposes, really, Sam. So, Acton Lane, that's going to cease to be open to traffic at that point, then, yeah. So, any traffic going on to Acton has got to go up the B115 or round the bypass, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's intended that it will be going around the distributor road.
Councillor Beer, you have
yes, just come back on the question to Officer Stephen. The aftercare, you're saying that you assume, and I accept that, it should be there. But can I just point out the implementation of all that doesn't really happen afterwards. And I know at this moment, I've emailed the Chief Planning Officer regarding trees that have died on estates, hedges that have fallen down, bollards that have gone missing, and trying to get the applicant agent back, because it's not our responsibility, I think, at this moment, is very difficult. And explaining it to the residents, as far as they're concerned, they say they're paying their council tax and they want that sorted. So, you know, how strong a case have you got to insist that the applicant does go back with the maintenance or the aftercare as they've said they would?
Well, I mean, the condition, well, I will check this while as the debate's going, but the condition obviously is enforceable, and it is open to the council to work within its powers to do something should it be expedient. In terms of, it would depend upon the nature of and the location of that landscaping in terms of whose responsibility it would be, if it relates to the open space, and if, for instance, a local body is managing and maintaining it with the relevant contribution that is set out within the Section 106 agreement, then it would be for them to take that on. Otherwise, it might be a management company and it would be their responsibility.
So, Mr Chairman, you can penalise them, because otherwise we're jumping up and down saying, Babergh, will you sort this out? And you're trying to get it and nothing's happening.
Well, I think it's a very pertinent question. I think certainly within that first period of aftercare relevant to the condition, it is open to us to take action. Certainly beyond that point, it would be the responsibility and prerogative of whoever manages that space.
It's not too relevant to this at this particular moment in time. It's something that's a little bit historical to you. So I think we'll just ask the Chief Planning Officer to perhaps make a comment.
Well, I wasn't actually going to comment on that, Chairman, but thank you for the opportunity. I mean, as with most modern developments, you know, there is the approach to conditions is well established, and you often find that landscaping is either subject to a management company, which will, and to get back to your point about bollards and fencing, have a responsibility for ongoing maintenance management, and there is a charge associated with it. Alternatively, it may well be that this comes across to the council. That's potentially subject to conversation with public realm. I think that's anticipated in the Section 106, and the logic with that then is it comes with a commuted sum to anticipate management costs just such as that replacement issue. And planting indeed comes in with that. But I wasn't actually going to mention that, Jim. I'm just conscious, and Mr Hadleigh from the county's flood authority has kindly attended to answer any questions the member had. And before he escapes from the room, because he has other commitments, I did wonder whether there were any SUDS related questions that he might need to deal with whilst we have him in the room, Chairman.
Oh, yes, John.
Well, if we're going to talk about SUDS, yes, I was thinking of the comments from the Parish Council concerning the existing watercourses feeding existing streams, etc., and how if all the water is gathered up and stuck into a SUDS pond somewhere, that they will effectively be lost. Has that been taken into account in the management of the SUDS, or the design and implication of the SUDS areas, or are we just going to condemn the existing ponds and streams and existing watercourses, etc., to oblivion?
Thank you. So the existing flow paths that come down in sort of two areas in relation to this development, one to the east and one to the west, and then converge below the site, will be the main places where the SUDS system will be attenuating and treating the water overground. So we'll be using the existing flow paths to create those areas to store water, to achieve the results that we want in terms of restricting the flow of water off the site, to ensure that the site is protected and also no increase in flood risk is felt downstream. So to a certain extent, yes, some of those existing flow paths will be used to deliver the SUD scheme.
Any more questions for the officer? Councillor Hinton.
I've got one on trees, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's to do with county highways as well, because the county highways, in their comments on the on page 40, are talking about the number of the proposed trees may be less than 5 metres from the adoptable roads. But if we've got a 3-metre footpath and a 5-metre distance for the trees, then we can have some enormous, great big wide spaces in this development. And also drawing attention to paragraph 131 of the NPPF, which talks about trees make an important contribution to the character and quality of urban environments and should help mitigate and adapt to climate change. Planning policies and decisions should ensure that new streets are tree-lined. I don't think we've got very much lining on this estate. We've got the odd trees scattered about the place, but we don't seem to have an awful lot of lining of streets or anything like that. And if the comments from the county council are appropriate, if the roads are going to be adopted, then most of those trees might have to be removed anyway.
Yeah, so the letter is just highlighting issues that will need to be resolved as part of the Section 38 adoption process that the County Council will enter into with the developer. It's not saying that trees always have to be located that distance from the highway or the footway. It's just saying that we would need adequate route barriers and design details that you wouldn't normally expect at this stage of the process. So yes, the trees can be accommodated close to the highway, and as part of the adoption we will expect to see details of obviously the construction of the highways, construction of the footway, cycleway, and any route protection, watering facilities. So it's just flagging up at this stage that as part of the Section 38 process, which will, like I say, a completely separate process which will be carried out later on, those issues need to be addressed. So just for the applicant's benefit, really.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Sam. I'll let you escape for the moment. Thank you very much. Moving on. We do not have public speaker from Chilton Parish Council. No, we have no objector. And but we do have Sam Caslin, who is representing the agent, and will be speaking on their behalf. You have 3 minutes to address us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. My name is Sam Caslin, and I'm a planning manager at Taylor Wimpey, who are fully committed to delivering a significant portion of the Chilton Woods site. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak in support of this reserved matters application. The case officer's presentation was very informative, and the report itself is balanced and well written, and we of course welcome its recommendation for approval. The reserved matters application before you provides technical detail on the design, layout, appearance and landscaping for the first residential parcel, including 200 new homes, communal amenity, landscaping and associated works that will be delivered as part of the first residential phase. The proposals deliver a mix of smaller units and family-sized dwellings in the form of apartments, coach houses and dwelling houses. 43% of the homes in this parcel will be affordable, allowing early delivery for the identified local needs. The proposed scheme also includes the delivery of high-quality communal amenity space, equipped local areas and play provision and soft landscaping. Whilst the homes in this phase will be heated with gas boilers, future residential parcels at the site will be powered by a centralised air source heat pump. This is a visionary approach, and we have worked hard to get group approval for. It will be the first Taylor Wimpey site in the country to be utilising this technology, and we hope it's going to be, well, the plan is that it will be in place well advanced of the Part L regulations and gas boilers are extinct essentially. The designs for the first residential phase have been informed by an extensive consultation process with local stakeholders and key statutory consultees and the public. They're designed to fully comply with the technical standards outlined in the design code. The proposals for the first phase will deliver a high-quality place that has a distinct character which positively responds to the local environment. This is evidenced through the material palette applied across the two parcels with subtle variations in form, detailing and materiality of the proposed apartment blocks and dwelling houses to positively respond to the character areas. This reserved matters application before you has been developed in close consultation with Babergh Council and Mid-Suffolk and Suffolk County Council Designs, Highways, Drainage and Landscaping and Ecology officers. and we welcome that there are no technical objections to the proposals. The application proposals are considered acceptable by technical statutory consultees and your professional officers. They represent a crucial step in the delivery of the strategically important site and new housing for Sudbury. Just checking how much I think. We are thrilled to have the opportunity to deliver this part of the Chilton Woods Master Plan and are extremely proud of the application. We therefore hope you will agree with your officer's recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beer, you were the first one to go.
Thank you. A couple of points. We're very pleased to hear that we're going to be the first place in the country to have these new energy pumps, and congratulations to you to get them as quickly as you can. So that's a step in the right direction. The other point I wanted to ask was about the, I've forgotten now what it was, the park and the damage done to the fences and the that you put up in different places and the bollards and that. Who's going to replace these? Who's going to pay for them? This is not while you're there, this is when you've gone. That's one. I'd like to do that one first.
Yes, thank you. I'll probably expect a bit more detailed comments on the air source heat pump strategy and sustainability credentials, so I won't preempt those, I'll await those. In terms of the upkeep and maintenance on all of our sites across the country, areas that aren't adopted by the relevant local bodies and that are retained effectively in our ownership will be go towards a management company. So there will be a management company fee that we paid by occupants, and that fee will cover every single bit of maintenance of those public areas, including mowing the lawns and restoring, repairing damage as and when it occurs.
I'd like to see it. Good. The other question was, why didn't you consider some bungalows in this phase?
We did. It's as the case officer said, it's a fairly it's a medium density parcel. We have a number of constraints on this site, and I think across the whole of the site, it's almost 50% open space. So in terms of what we decided to do and increasing the affordable element of this scheme, that was just chosen as a preferred approach, I think, for this scheme. We do note we haven't dismissed providing bungalows, and I think there's obviously reference to them in the design code. If I may, we do provide bungalows, and we do build them, and we build them on a number of the sites, and especially when members request them. In every incident that I've had in my time at Taylor Wimpey, there's a bit of a myth that we struggle to actually sell those bungalows, and when we do sell them, they are often heavily discounted.
Well, all I'm going to say on that is that we'll watch in the future, because I certainly think you may not have such an easy ride on bungalows next time. And my last point is, if this committee was minded to approve, how soon will you start on site?
We're extremely keen to get going on this scheme, so we would be looking to, subject to actually getting the approval if members are inclined to do so, discharge the pre-start conditions and proceed. Obviously, we've got the main infrastructure works application approved, and we're going through the process of getting some of those pre-start conditions.
When on site?
Sorry?
When on site? When will you start on site? Roughly.
In a way, we've already doing some of the pre-start stuff already, so I suspect, should members be inclined to approve today, we would look to start in earnest within a few months, I think.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, regarding the air source heat pumps, your design code says you're going to use them across all the Chilton Wood sites, and you said yourself you're going to use them across the other phases, so I can only assume that the reason not to use them in phase one is purely a profit decision and not...
Yeah. No.
Answer that if you can. No, it's a rather unfair question.
I suppose the main driver for this, and I touched on it in my speech, is that we've worked extremely hard. This is a visionary solution for us as a business. So that's not just our business unit, this is nationwide. I've mentioned it's going to be the first Taylor Wimpey scheme to be utilising this. It's very hard, I think, as a business to probably adapt and get to this place. We've got capacity for a number of, there's a gas supply to do this. What this does is actually enables us to make a start on site and actually start building the homes. What's probably not picked up is the intention with the air source heat pump is that it will actually have significant capacity to power these homes. So in the future, when the gas boilers, if they do become redundant, there will be the option for this first phase to connect into the air source, the centralised air source heat pump.
So will you be paying for that in the future, or will that be down to the resident?
That will be a choice for the resident.
On a couple of other questions. The PV arrays, you say you're putting them on the flats. Are they going to be on other properties as well? That can come?
There's a chance. I think that it's extremely complex. My time limited to respond to these questions because I can go on for a little bit. But generally, what we find as a business is we actually make stronger environmental gains by going looking for a fabric-first approach, which means our actual house types now are becoming extremely energy efficient and resource efficient. So we prefer to actually put the expenditure into making better, thicker insulation, higher quality glazing, etc., energy efficient appliances, and water efficient appliances as well. With that said, there is, I think, a 10% gain within this application, so there will be an element of photovoltaic panels as well.
So it's just going on the flats then?
I think the detail of that is to be finalised, but at the bare minimum, it will be the flat blocks.
And if you say about glazing, on your design and access statement, it says the property is going to be triple glazed, but on your energy statement, it says they're going to be double glazed. So which is it?
Yeah, obviously the energy statement is a bit of a technical detail, and I think that will be approved. I think I would go on the design code, which is what we're judging this by, that we'd be expected to be using triple glazing here.
Right. And one last question, if we can. There's been mention about double yellow lines around some of the external roads, and are they going to be, is that going to be included along the cycle route, so to prevent people parking on the cycle route? External cycle route, this is obviously not the internal one.
To be honest, I'm not sure. I might look to the Highways Authority to respond to that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think that level of detail has come out yet, but it's something obviously we're cognizant of in terms of the need to protect facilities from problem parking, but that will be a matter for the adoption by the Highway Authority. It's not a planning matter, really.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
No more? Thank you very much. Thank you. After that grilling from Councillor Jameson, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much indeed.
Chair.
Yes?
I've got an answer for Councillor Beer at an appropriate point, whenever you want to bring me in. In terms of the aftercare period, I said I'd go away and look at that.
Go on then. Go.
It is 5 years, and that's 5 years per phase. So each phase, when the landscaping work's carried out, the aftercare period is 5 years. However, relevant to each phase is obviously, as we discussed earlier, the landscape and ecological management plan. So that would establish management principles going through the lifetime of the development itself. The question then is whose responsibility it is. And also in terms of the life, there was a question about lifetime homes. There is a paragraph in the officer's report, I've lost it now, but it was 8 point something. It says that 60% of the units will be M42. Obviously that's optional, but 60% of the units will be that. There are also a couple of units that are M43, which is wheelchair accessible.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks. Right, moving on. We have 3 ward members present. I'm not even too sure whether they want to speak. They've reserved the right to. So if we start as we did it this morning, Councillor Maybury, would you like to make a contribution? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to state that there's been a lot of work and time that's been put into this Phase 1 development by officers, by Taylor Wimpey, by councillor members, both Parish Council and Babergh. And I commend all of them for their work. It's been a year just on of quite immense workload. We've always hoped for an exemplary development, and we will continue to look for this. But I've always been against the strong affordable presence in Phase 1. There is a need for housing, I do not dispute that, but I've always been against having a strong presence in one area of this development. I've also always been against the apartment blocks on the entrance to the site. I have argued from day one that these are not necessary at that point, that I think that they will have a detrimental view over the other developments and that they will not achieve what is hoped for, which is an entrance. There are other ways to achieve an entrance to the site, which I think we have managed, and that is the wildlife area along Albury Drive. I've also been against the gas connection on Phase 1, and I very much welcome today's comment that air source heat pumps will be on the future phases. I've also always been against balconies on the apartment blocks, which I do not like in the first place, because I can just see it in the future, everyone's washing hanging out for everyone to see. I am really against that. I applaud the green nature of this development. We have seen over the last year that engagement with nature certainly helps everyone's well-being. I have also urged disability access, and I commend anything that will help towards Homes for Life or disability. I would also recommend that the disability access is looked at. If you are going to put those apartment blocks in, which I really dislike, then please make sure they are all disability accessible. I would also like to see a condition that keeps all the wildlife built assets, such as the bird, the bat, boxes, and also the bee homes. We need to make sure that these are not stopped up, these are not removed. When we look at the thought of bungalows for this Phase 1, yes, it was dismissed, but I would like to add that Chilton Place, which is the Anderson site, the bungalows were the first that sold, and there was a rush for them. They cannot build them quick enough. We do actually need more. I would like to end by saying that this culmination of this Phase 1 has been a year. I do commend everyone. We've had our differences, we've had our agreements, we've had our laughs, we've had our acceptance sometimes that we do not all see eye to eye. But I would really like the Planning Committee to consider those items that I do say I am against. And thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the member? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Councillor Maybury. From your address, I'm still not really whether you're for or against this development.
I would be for.
I mean, I'd like to know, like a guide.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. I would be for it if those apartment blocks went at the entrance.
Yeah, we can't do that, but that's
Okay,
great. So you're basically for.
Councillor Barrett, Councillor Maybury doesn't have to tell you. It's only the members of this committee who have to make their minds up. I accept what you're trying.
To ascertain whether the member was for or against, in her address, Mr. Chairman, I don't think she made it very clear whether she's actually for or against the
proposal. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to. No. Councillor Beale.
Yes, just picking up on a point that Councillor Maybury, and that is on the apartment blocks, which I do share her concerns on them. I think they're unsightly. I know we've got some on the entrance into Great Corner, and they reckon it would improve. I'm sure it won't. But could I just ask, I think she said that we couldn't do anything about them. Is it within our powers to pull that out, or say we don't like it, or to offer different views on it? Or are we too late?
Chairman, it's a reserve matters application. If you don't like the reserve matters, you don't have to approve them. So
that's not a fact. Sorry. So in fact, we can discuss that, and we can.
You're as a planning authority, you have that discretion to exercise your judgment over that if that's what committee wishes.
I thought that was right. Thank you.
Right. No more questions. Thank you, Councillor Maybury. Oh.
Can I just pick up on the wildlife point? I think it's also important to note there's an ecological management plan condition on the outline permission, so we'd always try not to reproduce conditions, and that's quite detailed in terms of ecological management requirements across all the phases. So hopefully, in terms of Councillor Maybury's expectations around that, that will ensure that no ecology issues are compromised here. Thank you, Chairman.
Just clarify, that is already in place?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on, Councillor Arthur, do you want to take 5 minutes? Or?
Yeah, just a few things, if I may, thanks, that have sort of cropped up during the course of the presentation and the questions. Firstly, to thank Samantha Summers for, I think, an excellent presentation. Thank you, Sam. I've got a couple of observations and a question at the end. I just wanted to say that the outline consent exists for Chilton Woods, as you all know. This is just the first phase. There are another 950 dwellings coming your way in subsequent reserve matters applications, and just wanted to stress how important those sorts of numbers are in terms of our housing delivery as a council. As you've probably noticed, the application reflects the design code that you've just approved, so that's good, isn't it? And I will say the same as I said earlier about the design code, and that is that in my view the proposals are good. The Suffolk County Council have held the potential development at Chilton Woods sort of hovering over Chilton residents and the edge of Sudbury for over 20 years now. And it seems to me that the local community just want Taylor Wimpey to get on with it now. They've bought the site, and the sooner they can get on and start to provide the houses we need, the sooner the better. Particularly as this first phase is adjacent to the Anderson site that's been referred to, and that site has caused some disturbance to local residents over the last 2 years or so. The question is about page 45 and the views of our environmental protection team, where conditions are recommended. They particularly refer to a sustainability and energy strategy. I can't see those picked up in the recommended conditions. It may well be that they've been picked up elsewhere. But there are quite a few recommendations that have come in from our own environmental health people at page 45. So that's my question, if I can ask it, Chairman.
Clarify that. Does that mean you've used up your 5 minutes? You're happy? Thank you. Can the officers? No? Oh, okay. Stephen, it's coming down to you apparently.
Probably good. Just let me find.
What? Well, you find that. Is there any other any questions for Councillor Arthur while we're trying to find the information? No. Okay. How are you doing?
Yes, I think I've got it here. I think it's quite a long comment. I think the most important one is to recognise that this application has been submitted pursuant to and in accordance with policy CS13 of the core strategy, which requires the 10% emissions reduction over Part L, which is secured. In terms of the recommendation for further conditions to, in effect, improve upon that figure and introduce other requirements relating to, for instance, water efficiency. I think we need to be mindful of a couple of things. One, obviously, members, you can impose whatever conditions you see fit, so long as they meet the tests. And in relation to that, I would be mindful not to repeat any condition that's already on the outline, or indeed go beyond the remit of what policies we have, which seek that 10%, which is already being met. I think the applicant has already pointed out that there are measures in place in relation to water efficiency that they're dealing with. I'm not sure whether it is necessary to make this particular reserve matters application acceptable to impose a secondary condition, but I leave it for members whether they want to, for instance, understand a bit more about, say, the water efficiency measures that the applicant has said that they will put into place. But certainly in terms of energy and emissions, that's already covered and that's already being dealt with adequately, and I would suggest that we don't add another condition which effectively stretches that point.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, well, moving on, we have a third board member, Jan Osborne. Do you wish to address?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be very brief. First of all, I welcome the very high percentage, the 42.5% of affordable housing that is greatly needed and is very welcome. There's been some discussion around lifts not being available in the apartments. It's not a perfect solution, but if it was found necessary for a particular resident, a chairlift could always be considered, so that would be an option to not having a lift there. I've also raised many concerns about parking on green areas, so I'd like to see a landscaping plan to include some form of discouragement for residents to do this. It will be needed, there's no doubt about that. Councillor Beer supports that. I thoroughly support that. And for the sake of the committee members, I fully support this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I take it there were no questions for Councillor? Okay. Thank you very much. Right, let's open the debate. Who would like to make the first comment? Councillor Busby.
I'll kick off then. Can you go to slide 27, please, Sam? It's about the apartment blocks, of course. I just think the design seems strange. I'm sorry, architect, but it looks as though they've been truncated. It looks like something's chopped off the right-hand side of the block. I think they'd almost be more presentable if they had another kind of wing sticking out. It just looks strange, and I don't think that helps the overall design of it. The other point I had was that on, I think it's slide 19, you've got the apartment blocks at the top of the hill rather than at the bottom. That will do, actually. If you go back to, you've got the two houses at the bottom of the hill and the taller block at the top. Is that not going to dominate? Wouldn't it be better to have the taller buildings at the bottom of the hill and the smaller ones at the top?
I think what they've tried to do is to graduate it, so from Albury Drive, not to dominate those houses that are existing, that you can just see here. So by stepping them up slowly, even though it is going uphill, it doesn't seem dominant. If you were to put the flats in the lowest part, the people in Albury Drive would probably find that, quite oppressive. Okay.
Well, just to be contrary, Chair, I actually quite like the design of that apartment block. Actually, it's all about interpretation, isn't it? And all in the eye of the beholder. And I haven't really got too much more to add to that, Chair, other than I wouldn't be in favour of some expensive conversation about moving properties around and things. I actually think if we can develop that apartment block as it looks on the on the display there, if the materials and things are right, I don't think that's disagreeable, actually. That's all.
Councillor Hinton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just rather sort of emphasises the sort of like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. What somebody regards as wonderful, somebody else thinks is an abomination. But what worries me a little bit is two things really. Firstly, on page 41, where at present the design work has been halted until the school is required. I've copied the county council. Well, we don't know what this school's going to look like. It's not part of the reserve matter. It's part of the reserve matters, and yet we haven't got a clue what it's going to look like because they've postponed the design work on it, and yet it's got to be in place by dwelling 150 being occupied as one of the major conditions. So I'm a bit surprised that it's coming forward when we haven't even got all the information from that point of view. And the other one I find a little bit sort of patronising almost is this idea of they're putting the big buildings next to junctions so that people know where they are. Are they all blind or partially sighted or something? You know, don't they know how to find their way around in a state where all the buildings are of a similar size? It just seems a bit patronising to me, and it does make those buildings even more dominant in the sort of landscape of the site, which I think is, in my view, not very beautiful.
Thank you, Councillor Hinton. Councillor Ayres.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, a couple of points about bungalows and stairs. As I've said before, stairs can be good for you. As you're getting older, it's good to have the exercise. I live in a first floor flat. I have 2 false hips and I manage very well. If someone does need a stair lift, Babergh do give a grant towards that. So that can be useful. And also about washing lines, where I live, the flats, and no one, I'm sorry, Councillor Maybury, uses their verandas or balconies to hang out the washing. And I too agree with Councillor Lee Parker, and I don't think they're too bad. I like them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'm going to go on about the environmental issues of this development again. Now, whatever Taylor Wimpey are going to do in the future, with regard to this development, I think they're falling short. They're doing just about enough. There was I can't see any mention of gas boilers in their design code, so if they're not, then they're going against the design code straight away. They've had plenty of time to plan for air source heat pumps. The applicant was saying that they've not. And they're just passing the running costs on to future residents the retrofit costs onto future residents. And as our environmental protection officer says, the houses in phase 1 are going to be poorer than future ones. There's limited PV they're putting in when they had the opportunity to put them in all houses that were suitable. I'm still confused on if we're double glazing or triple glazing, and I can't see any mention of heat recovery. So I think it's, you know, considering we're in a climate emergency, I think they're just about doing just enough and not going the extra step. So as I say, it looks like they're putting profit first to me.
Sorry, Councillor Beer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm going to move the officer's recommendation, and in doing so I just want to make the comments, and I think Councillor Arfey brought the point up. This is the first 200 houses. Yes, it's not 100% ideal in my opinion, but we have been promised that they are going to have more energy efficient gas on the floor, so that's a good start. We do need the houses, and I would like to think that you will take away from this meeting that whilst hopefully my colleagues will support this and you get approval, that certainly next time it may not be quite as easy. You may have to answer some of these things that we're bringing to your notice now. But certainly I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation that's in front of us with all the conditions. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett?
just one of the points about gas boilers, I'm pretty certain that Worcester Bosch, all future boilers that they're producing are going to be hydrogen compliant, so it switches over. Which, you know, when hydrogen is available, and I think that might be the way forward, there's already an experiment in the northeast of England. So it could be that the hydrogen situation will be there, and if the boilers are compliant in that, that could be a solution to allay Councillor Jameson's fears.
Thank you very much. Any more comments in the debate? One moment, please, Phil. Let's just give them a No, in that case, I'll ask the Chief Planning Officer to comment.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to pick up on the point about water efficiency, perhaps Stephen, you might just follow on. We have a reference to that, I believe. We can draw out from the recommendation before you, which is for, as is usual in these things, you can just find that the approved documents, which we expect the development to comply with, that's your condition 1 on page 73. Within that, one of the approved documents would be the energy statement, which, as I understand it, and I haven't read this myself, refers to water efficiency within development. Perhaps to make the point, we might pull that out and make that the subject of a specific condition so that we ensure the development is carried out in accordance with that detailed submission. And that's certainly something that we can do as an appropriate course of action. I don't know if there's anything specific in that that's otherwise worth saying, Stephen?
No, and apologies. I've actually sort of been playing catch up there. I've had a quick look through the energy statement following my answer to Councillor Arthur's question earlier. In that we obviously have a document here which sets out how the scheme complies with the current policy context. It also does include within it measures relating to water efficiency. So we could, in effect, be absolutely clear that the development is expected to comply with the standards set out within this document. The only observation I'd make in relation to that is that obviously this document, as Councillor Jameson has pointed out, and I should be open about this obviously as we've picked up, that it does state that they're double glazed units, and I think the applicant had suggested they may well be triple glazed, so we could feasibly clarify that point.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Hinton.
Comments that the officer's just been coming up with. Yeah, I've been looking at the recommendation on page 73 where it talks about approved plans and documents, but it doesn't actually tell you what those approved plans and documents are. Action required in accordance with specific timetable, agreement of materials. In other words, what bricks you're going to get and when. Accordance with a specific timetable, agreement of surfacing materials, in other words, what you can put on the road. There is no mention in there at all of a sustainable and energy strategy, which is what was recommended by the Babergh Environmental Protection Team on page 45, which obviously would cover the business of double glazing, air source heat pumps, etc. And also the comments put on page 45 about developments constructed with levels of insulation, etc. It then goes on to say that it's good practice to detail these interventions in show houses for the development with the option of potential vendors being able to pay extra for interventions at that stage, rather than suddenly be surprised in 5 years' time when they've got to convert their house to another form of energy at a phenomenal cost. So perhaps those could be put in the conditions in a more clear way, assuming, of course, that I haven't misread this document and it's already in there.
The officers like to comment before we move on?
Chairman, firstly, so the standard condition you have on page 73 is a standard condition model, effectively, that we use for all developments. You'll understand that there is a very lengthy list of documents, including plans, drawings and other details, attached to this application. And we do not, as a matter of course, list those out verbatim. They are effectively listed on the decision notice, and this condition then refers into that list. So we've got one list, and we lock into that list rather than have three separate or two separate lists. So effectively, the application documents, including the energy statement for this phase, are part of those. What we know is that that includes reference around water efficiency. That was part of the original conversation and discussion. What I'm suggesting is that we draw that detail out of this condition and make it a specific requirement, albeit I think we've identified that there is an inconsistency in treatment between the triple glazing and double glazing point. But from my perspective, Chairman, if you're content that's something that you can instruct officers to deal with under a delegation in imposing that condition and settling the contradiction in terms outside this meeting. So my recommendation to you, if you wish to, if the proposer and seconder want to accept it, is that you add a specific condition to require compliance with the energy statement as a specific point. What that will do will draw that out of those documents, but to make that subject to a matter of delegation to officers to settle the detail of that and deal with the inherent ambiguity that has been pointed out regarding double glazing and triple glazing, so that we have a document that refers to energy and other matters, which, as Mr. Stroud has pointed out, complies with your policy, and picks up then as well the water efficiency point that has been raised as a matter of concern. Thank you, Chairman.
Are you happy to propose and second?
Well, I'm quite happy with the ones on page 45, the one that...
The suggestion that the Chief Planning Officer has made about the condition on the energy efficiency.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure on the point of whether it's double glazing or triple glazing. I mean, if they've already, if they can't alter that, I wouldn't want that refused on that. Certainly at the next stage, they ought to take away that triple gauge would be acceptable.
All right. I've heard triple glazed and double glazed used here. Is it triple glazed in our documents and double glazed in their literature, or the other way around?
Well, my point is very clear. Double glazing is acceptable to me if that's what they've got. But if you're going to turn around and say that you want to use delegated powers to refuse it because it should be triple glazing, that's what I need you to clarify.
Apologies for any lack of clarity, Chairman, if I may. So I'm not proposing that the officers go away and refuse this. What I'm proposing is that officers go away, and I believe the reference to triple glazing appears in the design code, but the energy statement refers to double glazing. So to settle that detail, and obviously if the design code refers to triple glazing, we would, and I presume Taylor Wimpey, anticipate doing triple glazing. But clearly, resolving that ambiguity in fine detail is the appropriate thing, which may involve revising the energy statement so it's corrected that detail to be what's actually intended. What I'm expecting that to sit within is an authority to approve the reserve matters, so that that's the context that it sits in, and that, in dealing with that energy statement, would pick up the water efficiency point, which Councillor Jameson raised and we've had some debate around. I am not, for the sake of the record, I'm not recommending the imposition of the condition on page 45, because, as I think I've said in my email that's gone around to members about the ability we have to impose conditions, this is a reserve matters application. The outline permission did not include a condition in that nature, and I think we have the means in this way, and with the design code, to manage the evolution of energy efficiency in a sensible way, and to impose a condition of that nature would, in my opinion, go a step beyond what we can do with the reserve matters application, which sits within the outline permission, which doesn't contain it.
All right, fine. Okay, so we have a proposal. Any more comments to be made about the proposal? Councillor Jameson.
Just for reference, the triple glazing mention is in the design and access statement. I'm not sure if it's in the design code, any mention in there at all, but it's in the design and access statement, which is...
Okay, so...
Yeah.
Okay. Any more comments on the proposal? No? In that case, I'll ask the Chief Planning Officer to read out exactly what you're voting for or against. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So the recommendation before you is as set out on page 73, but I would, and this is it is a delegation to approve the reserve matters, and I would say that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to resolve the apparent ambiguity between application documents in relation to glazing, and that, subject to resolution of that, be delegated to approve those reserve matters subject to such conditions as he thinks fit, including 1, approved plans and documents, 2, materials, 3, surfacing materials, and 4, specifically compliance with the energy statement. Thank you, Chairman.
You're all clear what you're voting on? And can I ask Claire to begin the vote?
Thank you, Chair. That vote, members, is now in progress in your app. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for and 2 against. That's
8
carried.
for, 2 against. Thank you. Item over. Right. We will now take another 5-minute break to allow the officers to switch the audio. Welcome back, everyone. Let's crack on. Moving on. This is Land of Lady Lane, Hadleigh, Suffolk, DC 20-04615. Kat, would you like to take us into your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. As you hopefully remember, this application was before committee on the 16th of June, and members voted to defer it for both a site visit, but also further clarification in terms of the Aspinall Verdi viability statement, which we went back and sought as per one, the updated committee report, but also the late papers that you'll have hopefully seen. Site visit was obviously last week, Wednesday, 4th of August. So it's outline application with access and structural landscaping to be agreed for up to 45 dwellings. So these are the videos from the site. Just to remind you, obviously, what you saw last week. At the moment, it is part of the site. It will show on a couple of slides later on exactly which part of the site is allocated as employment and which site falls outside of this allocation. The majority of the site does, however, fall in allocated employment land under policy EM02. So this is, again, just videos, as hopefully you all attended last week, so you are roughly familiar with the site. So you've got Oldham Lane, which you just saw, with the dwellings on the left. This is towards the back of the site. In the background, you can see the Lady Lane industrial estate buildings, and those dwellings are the ones that face Lady Lane, and that would be the site entrance. Again, just further videos. So, as you're aware, obviously Hadleigh is a key employment area. So, policy EM24, the issues raised at the previous committee were the fact whether this allocated site was still viable for employment, not specifically industrial purposes, just general employment. So, obviously that could be covered under anything within Class E. It's not specific for HGV use. It could be offices. It could be coffee shops, anything that features under the Class E regulations. So policy EM24 is the main policy that we're considering the application against. So in terms of policy EM24, there either needs to be a sustained marketing campaign for the site for its employment use, or there needs to be agreement or demonstration from the applicant that the site isn't viable for employment uses. They haven't done any marketing campaigning, so they haven't looked at one. They've been looking at point 2 within policy EM24, which is solely whether the site is viable for employment or not. We've undertaken viability statements as part of obviously the emerging joint local plan. The agent believes that the site isn't viable, as set out in their recent correspondence, which hopefully you've seen. And we believe that the applicant has failed to satisfy either of the tests. They're not looking to satisfy one, that's agreed, but we don't consider that it's unviable as per the late papers. So there's a strong objection from policy, and in line with the original Aspinall Verdi report, we then contacted them again to say, is it viable? There is some argument that it isn't a viable site and it's not been considered. Stuart Cook, who undertook the report on behalf of Aspinall Verdi, is now working under a different company, Urba, and he's provided advice on basically Aspinall Verdi's behalf and policy team's behalf on the basis that he did the previous Aspinall Verdi viability statement. So, as I mentioned earlier about some of the site being within the employment allocation and some of it not, this area isn't, and hasn't been within the allocated employment land. It wasn't in the adopted plan, and it isn't in the emerging joint local plan. And this is the area that is still in the allocation for employment. So obviously, there is part of the site that falls outside of the employment allocation, but the remainder is still within it on the emerging joint local plan. So, and this goes into the application that was before you on the 16th of June. So this is also the wider context of the site. So there are very limited constraints on the site in terms of conservation area. There isn't one. There is a listed building wall to the front of the site. And again, as I've just mentioned, at the moment, most of the land is allocated as employment. We've had policy comment previously when it was brought to members beforehand on this. I think they commented the 9th of June. Their comments remain as documented in late papers. There's also, you'll hear later today, Cobbold's Farm, which is both applications are dealt with separately, but there is a potential way to tie the two together if we were looking at approving, if members were minded to approve the current application site for houses but still wanted employment land. Cobbold's Farm is the application that will follow this one. So again, this is in the adopted local plan, the area that's allocated, and this is the site in question. As you can see, the image is smaller, but there's a front square of the site that isn't in the allocation. Emerging draft joint local plan, again, the site still falls within that one. So, and it has been considered as a small square that was outside of it previously, is still outside of it. And the recent, I say recent, they were built quite a while ago now, but there's some dwellings that have now been put on Lady Lane. They're now taken out of this this allocation. So this is the site. See the adjacent haulage yard that's, I think, being used by a current company. So we've got the nodes here. So this will be the access to the site, and this is like a cycle and pedestrian access. So there'll be no vehicular access here. It will solely be through the site here for this proposal. We don't consider it landlocked in the sense that any proposed employment use would use this access. Obviously, they wouldn't come down from a site, and as members will recall, there's a high embankment. So for vehicular access, there is no, we're in agreement, there's no access through Lady Lane Industrial Estate, but there is a potential to access the site still. This is just a perimeter plan, so you can see it in context. Again, this is the existing in blue. It's owned by the applicant or members of the applicant's family. So this is a topographical survey plan. Again, because it's outlined, the actual design of the scheme is a reserve matters. So the potential building placement could come at reserve matters stage. This is a proposed landscaping. So the existing retaining wall that exists on site will also be retained with extra planting along here. Towards the end of the site, there will be an area of sort of open space and planting. This is just close up, gives you an idea, obviously, the plants that are proposed. They are providing, as part of it, a footpath from the vehicular access of the site down to the bus stop. So this is the vehicular access onto the site, and this is the footpath they'd be providing towards the existing footpath and bus stop. These are just some photographs, but hopefully these will kind of be more informative now that you've actually visited the site. So again, this is the vehicular access point. This would be the pedestrian and cyclist kind of access point. This is existing yard that's at the top of the site, so here. So as per the previous recommendation, we're recommending refusal on the basis that it's contrary to the existing development plan as well as emerging policy as it's an allocated site, and our viability statement and the addendum that's in the late papers agree that the site is considered still viable for some form of employment use, although it may not be industrial HGV lorries, it could be other Class E uses.
Of the Town Council. We have no objector, no supporter, so we're going to go straight to Mr. Leslie Short as the agent. Thank you. Sorry, do you want to ask a question? Yeah, okay, go on then. I thought you...
Yes. Is any part of this site allocated for housing? And if there is, have you got a screen picture to show it, please?
There's no part of the site that's specifically a housing allocation in terms of within a plan, but there is a segment of the site that falls outside of the employment allocation. So therefore, it's reasonable to say that housing could go on that part. I think it's pretty much at the start.
What part?
So this red part. So this red part isn't.
Oh, I'm colourblind. That all looks the same colour to me, you see, other than the yellow. Where's the red part?
I'll try.
I bet you recognise blue.
This bit, yeah. Does that help at all?
Quickly, Councillor Hinton.
Yeah, whilst you've got that slide up, isn't it correct that you said that that's red bit's not employment land, but wasn't there an exact planning permission on there for business units with accommodation above, dating back some years? Now, I've been on the council too long now, I suppose, but I can remember that application coming forward when it was conversion from a builder's yard into business units around in a sort of semicircle with accommodation above.
Quite possibly. I don't know the ins and outs. It would just be, I can only obviously reread the history. Okay, I'm not aware of any, but obviously I've not been in the council particularly long and relied on what came up on our searches. There is potential that that was obviously a planning application at some point. It's never been built out, or if it has, it's, you know, it no longer exists, so but it's not necessarily a consideration as to what it has previously had a permission for.
I just wondered why that hadn't been included as employment in the JLP along with the bit at the back.
I mean, it wasn't included in the adopted local plan, so I imagine that the reason it's not going to be included in the JLP is because it hadn't been adopted back then. As to why it wasn't included, that would be a question for policy. I couldn't answer that one, I'm afraid.
Councillor Parker,
well, it's just for clarification, Chair, really, because obviously we've got two applications at Hadleigh here. Now, the report mentions, or your presentation mentioned, the subsequent application. So, are we considering this application in total isolation to the next one? Is that what we're doing? Total isolation.
Yeah, they're to be considered on their own. It's only if members want to tie them together. So say you were going to approve this one and also Cobbold and wanted to say that, yes, we're happy for residential use on this site, but we want an employment use elsewhere to make up for the loss, then we'd have to look at section 106 and so on to agree. And that's why the agent has brought them forwards as kind of a swap, so to speak, but the applications are in front of you to be considered on their own.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no more, then I'll ask Leslie to.
So
before 3 minutes, sir? So carry on.
Before I start my 3 minutes, I don't see why I should have to use that 3 minutes to correct the interpretation of policy EM24, which was presented to the committee as a binary choice. If you could bring EM24 up, it's on the front page of your late papers, and there's a key word that's being missed out, in fact 2 key words being missed out of the presentation. Because if you see, it's an either or there. In part 2, 3 lines down, it says, site or premises are inherently unsuitable. This isn't a binary choice between a marketing campaign or viability. It's if the site is inherently unsuitable. Thank you. Good morning, members of the... Oh, it's afternoon now, I guess. Your officers maintain their position in reporting to you today, which is what you might expect them to do. But they, like you, saw this site for the first time last week and were only then truly able to understand its constraints and opportunities. I hope that your site visit convinced you that we can build houses here, and that as an employment site, its realistic prospects for development are zero, as they have been for the last 20 years, because it's inherently unsuitable. Please take a positive decision today by approving this application and do not consign it to the depths of a meaningless, purposeless and completely ineffective allocation for an employment use in a planning policy document which will do nothing but gather another 20 years of planning dust. There are still matters in your officer's report which require emphasis and clarification. For example, 1/3 of the dwellings which would be delivered by this application are not within the allocated employment site. The site access proposed in this application to serve the residential development has the approval of Suffolk County Council's Highway Authority. It too does not form part of the employment allocation. Your officer's access solution is a new access road which would be driven through from Lady Lane into the existing haulage yard, turn through 90 degrees, breach an acoustic bund which they previously have said was necessary to separate that haulage yard from the site below, and then drop the carriageway some 3 metres in height before turning another 90 degrees so that it can deliver the employment land, which we say is not viable or is inherently unsuitable. And of course we now see that the viability update confirms that B1 offices would not be viable. However, B2 and B8 is still viable, your officers claim, and 90% net of the site is capable of being delivered. Is that realistic? What allowance has been made in the viability assessment for the extraordinary road construction costs of your officer scheme? And would that really result in a 90% net site area? What account is taken in the viability maths of the employment land lost from the Tulloch Yard site for the new road land take? Nothing is allowed for demolition and site clearance. You stood on almost an acre of concrete. What about the 2 major sewer pipes crossing through the middle of the site? They've been accounted for in the residential scheme in terms of the indicative layout. What form of noise attenuation would be required along the boundaries to all of the properties along Oldham Road? A 3-metre high acoustic fence? 3-metre high earth bund? Where is the cost analysis associated with these major infrastructure essentials? Your viability update is inadequate for the purpose. And in any case, our case is that the site is inherently unsuitable. Finally, in any event, is this the right location for warehousing and distribution or general industrial uses for an existing site with housing on 3 sides? As an employment allocation, it has been and will continue to be a white elephant. Recently, this council has had the experience of employment land just up the road in Hadleigh being donated to it because the landowner couldn't make sense of a viable development scheme. The council's own former office building, also in Hadleigh, was proven to be a non-viable employment use. What more do we need to confirm the position? Contrast that with the application before you today, which delivers housing, which we also say is being undersupplied in Hadleigh, as evidence in a thorough housing needs assessment submitted with the application, and incidentally is uncontested by your officers. In summary, I appreciate that this is a difficult site with a number of constraints, but none that has sustained a technical objection from any of your consultees. It is also a site full of opportunity, and I urge you to take that today with a positive decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the agent? Councillor Beer.
Yes, I understand your desire to put houses on the site. Have you, over the years, or have you tried to market it for, I think our policy says for up to 2 years to see if there is any interest? And I appreciate you say that the site isn't suitable, there's houses on three sides and what have you, and I think I can most likely agree with you on that one, but if you can just answer whether you've done any going out to see if there's any interest from another organisation. Thank you.
There's been no marketing campaign undertaken because such would be pointless and ineffective.
Okay. We have no ward members present. So that being the case, I'll now open it up for...
Sorry, Chair, I was just going to ask the question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you said it would be pointless, but had this been conducted a couple of years ago, then you would have been able to say categorically, and we would then perhaps have a different view on the site than just saying, well, it's not worth doing.
I've been in commercial agency over the past 3 or 4 decades, and there'll always be inquiries out there, and you may get a telephone call, but they never develop into anything where you have a site that's in this condition. It's a major exercise to develop the infrastructure to bring that forward, so immediately you're back into the terms of viability. Why go through the marketing exercise when you know that it's not going to be delivered? It can't be delivered. It's not economic to deliver it.
Enough? Okay, right. Moving on, we have no ward members, so I'll open it up for debate. Who would like to make... Councillor Barrett, go on.
I have every sympathy for the applicant on this site, but we are slightly constrained by our own policy on this. And I think had they come forward with a marketing exercise in the last 20 years, which has been empty, then we would not be in a position where we're constrained by policy. And I'm very conscious of the fact that, you know, we have other sites that come forward and we have the same thing. So I think as a council, we have to be consistent. There's a policy that we've adopted. The only thing I would maybe suggest is that within our power, it could be that we could reduce the time required for the marketing campaign to be taken. And then they can come back with that, so we could then approve with consistency that they've tried. I'm sorry, I don't agree with the applicant to say it's never come forward, you know, it's not viable, because that's not the case. So many sites might not be viable from his experience, but someone else might come forward. And again, it's down to price. So obviously you're there as trying to get the highest price for your client, but the client needs to be fairly realistic that he sits on an employment site. So the value of that employment site would be less. If his aspiration is to actually get a higher value because he gets planning permission, that's fine. But he needs to take the risk of actually bringing forward a policy for us to be able to accept. And I think at the moment, to say that it's not viable, I think is not correct, because we haven't seen the evidence to say that. And that's where I sit.
What is the timescale for... Is it 24 months?
It's not defined in the policy. There is an SPD, but ultimately, if you're following the policy, which is obviously the important part, it is talking about a sustained campaign that is agreed and undertaken at a realistic asking price. So, I mean, it's open to discussion, effectively.
It's answering your question to a certain extent, isn't it?
I think it's within our power to actually set
It need not necessarily be 2 years.
Timescale.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Parker, please.
Yeah, well, I actually I concur wholeheartedly with Councillor Barrett. Actually, I really want to support this application, but I genuinely do. But our hands are tied. But I would just like some comment from the officer, if it's possible. The applicant mentioned that our policy EM24 was in some way not deficient, but that it hadn't been explained well enough to us. And I think, Stephen, I saw you reaching for your button at the time, sort of thing. But have you got any comment to make on that?
Sorry, that may well have been instinctual. But it's a policy in force. It's a policy that we would consider to be up to date. I had a brief read of the applicant's commentary on that they feel that things have changed on the ground that would render that policy out of date. I think officers disagree. There is also, of course, this interesting point that as a council, we've already looked at this site and considered it to be suitable for employment uses, hence it's been presented for examination, which is going on right now, and obviously that will run its course. But that allocation clearly has been reviewed. It's even been altered, as the case officer pointed out, to account for change. But it still remains the case that we consider this to be a suitable site. The council's viability expert considers there to be a viable option there for some employment use. And quite simply, members, you've got a policy there. This is in breach of the policy. There's harm to the plan. It's an up-to-date plan, we would say. Ordinarily, you would not grant planning permission for this unless material considerations were weighty enough to indicate that you should depart from the plan. It's really quite a simple exercise, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't want to agree with Councillor Barrett on this one at all, because whilst I understand it is policy, I accept that. Common sense, which I know we can't take into consideration in planning, common sense tells us when you stood in the middle of that site, with all those houses on three sides, that it was not the ideal place for industrial use in today's age. It may have been in the past. I come from a village where we had 2-3 factories on the go. They've all gone, and then they've been replaced with housing. One stood empty for over 20 years because the powers that be, the planning department, insisted that was kept for industrial use. It never got looked at again, and we eventually got houses on it. But it is one of those situations where the policy states that they should go down the road of trying to market it. I can understand why they haven't, and I can also understand that we should be able to treat this on its merits and not put them through this, because I quite believe, and I would hope that if you went down that road, you'd only make it 1 year, that in 12 months' time they'd come back and there'd be no interest in it, because it's just not the right place to have articulated lorries encouraged to go in the centre of Hadleigh there. Nothing is good in its favour, in my opinion, and I think that we should approve housing. Thank you.
Councillor Busby, you wanted to?
Yeah, I don't actually like it for either of them, to be honest. I think as an employment site, it shouldn't be industrial, because if you put anything on there that is similar to what's on Lady Lane, it would be detrimental to the houses that are below. If you put the 45 houses on, that could be the detriment to the industry that's above, in terms it could impact on their ability to operate in future. There's already noise and smells, odours that emanate from the site. So I don't think 45 houses on there either is suitable. Having said that, I think if either scheme, if it was going to be employment, it would need to be category E, so kind of offices or something light. So you wouldn't be getting HGVs on there, you'd be getting vans, etc. But if it's houses, I think there's too many 45. I think if it was a road that ran straight down the middle and you had houses on either side, so you kept the houses away from the industrial site, then I think that might be acceptable, but I'm not keen on the 45 at the moment.
Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Well, as we did a site visit, the site is really not very attractive, and I think if we are minded to go with the recommendation of the officer, then what? It's an eyesore in Hadleigh, and I understand there was no objection from Hadleigh Town Council or anybody. I think I remember that. I remember speaking to somebody. And we're sort of in a dead end at the moment, aren't we, where we're being offered a solution. Whether that's flawed or not is beside the point. But what is there at the moment is just not acceptable to the residents of Hadleigh. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Parker.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I don't disagree with what you're saying there, Councillor McCarron, but I'm just looking through the report here, and actually it's not absolutely clear-cut what Hadleigh Council seem to think. It looks as though they supported this maybe on a technicality, and unfortunately we haven't got the ward members here to sort of back, although they were on the site visit, so whatever that may be. But I have some sympathy with what you're saying, Councillor McCarron. You know, we can sit there for another year and then what? But equally, as Councillor Busby said earlier, with due respect, the applicant may say that it's not worth his while doing this, but that means that we haven't got the evidence in front of us to make that decision. As much as I want to agree with Councillor Beer, I'm afraid if we go against policy here, we've got to go against policy everywhere else as well. So for me, you know, it's a technicality, and at the moment I've got to go with the officer's recommendation. I'm not making that a proposal until we've heard further debate, Mr. Chairman. Well, I can do. Until I will make that a proposal. I'll make that a proposal, Chairman, if I can. I'll propose that we go with the officer's recommendation.
Have you a seconder? Councillor Jameson. Do you want to say anything, or?
No, only that I agree with Councillor Parker. If we go against policy at the drop of a hat without no evidence on the contrary, then, as Councillor Parker says, we could go against all the policies. And as we've just spent 2 years doing the joint local plan, I mean, that'd be.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett, you want to
if I could maybe just offer an amendment to Councillor Parker's proposal, and that we reduce the marketing time required on EM24 as part of the proposal, as part of the refusal. Can we do that?
I wouldn't have thought so.
I mean, no, to be honest. We've got the reasons for refusal, but I think the applicant and agent is here in the room. They're listening to what you're saying, and I think that they do, of course, have a right of appeal, but if they wanted to come back and talk this through, then obviously we're willing to have that conversation.
Could we, as a committee, after give a steer?
I'm sorry?
Can we give a steer?
Oh, I think you are right now, in effect.
Because I mean, bear in mind that, and I take, you know, Councillor McLaren's point, and you know, this is it's a poor site to leave there, and it's been in a poor condition for a long while. I don't want to prolong the thing. I think what I'm conscious of, and as I say, if it wasn't for policy, I would be voting for it. I think it's quite a nice little scheme in the centre of Hadleigh. But on a policy issue, and I'm very conscious of the fact we have other sites that we have this same issue on, in Sudbury and other sites where people are bringing forward employment sites and wanting to put this on. I think if we do this and we don't keep to our own policy, then we're in a danger of just, and I think Councillor Parker's brought it up. So I would say that the steer that I would like to give the planning officers is that we give them a 75% discount. For 6 months. Because by the time we got this through and everything else done, you're there. So, I mean, I think it would give us a lot of ease to be able to, if this came back in 6 months' time, having had the marketing exercise, I think all councillors here with a clear conscience, we could probably, and I get the feeling, we would be happy to accept the proposals before us. But at the moment, with the policy position that we've got, bearing in mind we have other sensitive sites in the district which have this issue, I think we need to be firm on this one.
Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm absolutely in agreement with our fellow councillors here on this application. It's neither one or the other, and I think the officer has proceeded to give us the various reasons for it, and I would not like to go against that officer's decision as it stands, whether it's for employment or for housing. I think, as Councillor Barrett has said, get to a position where we could actually identify where we could go with this, rather than rather than go around the houses. I'm sorry, but I won't go against the officer's recommendation. It is policy on other sites that we've dealt with, and we've got to stick to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Busby.
Well, I don't think we should think that we've got to fill every square inch of every town with housing or employment sites. We have got a biodiversity strategy which is aimed to put in land that is not being built on, and I think this would have been an ideal site for that. So we tend to be obsessed with having to fill in everything with one or the other, and I don't think we should.
Can I ask officers a quick question? If we do have a marketing exercise, how much weight does that in terms of offsetting a policy decision that will be firmed up even more, because in 6 months' time there's a good chance the joint local plan will be in place?
Well, and that's the worry. Obviously, you take a decision based on the prevailing policy context at the time. I think, as I said, if there's a move to go with the officer's recommendation, then it would be a refusal. We're absent any legal advisor here today, but I would imagine that as part of the resolution you could indicate how you could see a marketing exercise carried out. However, I would urge against that because, one, I think 6 months is too short. Two, we don't have relevant expertise or officer input from the economic development team. So I think I'm getting very loud and clear that some of the members would like some pragmatic discussion. As ever, officers are open to that, and that I think should be treated as a separate exercise. I think ultimately you've got a recommendation before you, and that's the one that you ought to take. And then, of course, if the applicants would like to go down that first limb of the current policy as it sits, they can have that conversation with the relevant team.
Any more comments? Councillor Barrett, do you wish to say something more?
I'm back. Yeah, but I would be very disappointed if the officers then came and then enforced a full 24 month. Because in the moment, that's, we really don't want to see that. And I'd rather put it in some sort of firm up that we don't have a 24 month as part, and I'm sure we can do that.
Decision takers, I just think that's probably not a wise choice today. I think you have a recommendation to take. You've clearly signalled that you would like pragmatic discussions to be undertaken in respect of the length and breadth of any marketing campaign, and that should be, I think, probably left to the officers to consider.
So, Mr. Chairman, we could put forward an amendment to say that if Councillor Parker accepted it, that we want to give them 12 months, not 2 years, to do a marketing review.
And sorry, I've been spinning multiple plates. I'm just looking at the SPD. It is 12 months is the minimum marketing campaign. It's not actually 24. So you've already got 50% discount.
Yeah, I think we need to. If it's already there.
You can't do that. It has to be if you make a specific time period, imagine going back the last 12 months. That would have been absolutely pointless. We wouldn't have got any response whatsoever. The next 12 months might be different. Who knows? I think it should be a suitable term, which is 12 months perhaps.
I think the point is, I think we are trying to do policy compliant. Most of us, in a pragmatic way, would approve this. Oh, sorry. I'm locked on now. Have I?
No.
No, I've just been. Oh, I have. It's come back.
Councillor Parker, you want to make a comment?
So, as the proposer, I think what our officer has just told us is that what we want, we've already got. In which case, can we move on?
Yes, we'll go to a vote. And this is to accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress in your app. Councillor Busby, would you like me to take your vote? Oh, no, you don't. Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 10 votes for refusal, so that's unanimous.
That's an unanimous decision. Before we leave this, but perhaps it might be worth talking to the Cabinet Member for Planning, who's just woken up over there, in terms of the fact that we have a plan, and part of the joint local plan is the designation of these areas for employment. You know, how rigorously was that sort of investigated when the joint local plan was being put together? Because it seems to me it wasn't a great deal.
No, it wasn't.
And it just flipped over from what was an existing plan. Yes? Am I
allowed to answer?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I'll give the sort of the standard answer, if you like, and that is that the joint local plan was supported by an enormous amount of evidence. With regard to the assessment of this particular site, I could look into it for you. I mean, I don't know what evidence was presented for this particular site.
Well, it's just, you know, it just rings of just having been continued on and nothing done about it. And it therefore makes you wonder about one or two other sites as well. But we'll just stick with this one first if we may. Thank you, Clive. We'll leave you to look into that. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next item, which is the land at Cobbles Farm, Road Hadleigh, GC 2005137. Catherine, are you set to give us a presentation?
Thank you, Chair. So this is an outline application for employment use on land at Cobbles Farm. It's proposed both Class E and Class B2 and B8 use. So Hadleigh obviously sits outside of Hadleigh, which is the town or main urban area. It's not allocated as employment land. Class E now allows for a variety of uses. It's quite generic employment uses. I think there is potential for it to be offices, but as it's outline only, it doesn't have to be solely office. It can be anything listed there. So it could be retail, it can be obviously creche, nursery, office, and so on. So the key issues today for this application is obviously, again, the status of the adopted development plan, land use policy going forwards in the emerging joint local plan. There's quite a few landscape ecology issues, the fact that it's in the countryside, potentially highway and traffic considerations. So this is a site, flashing in red. Adjacent the site, you've got Kersey Freight and Beeston's Coaches, as you'll probably hopefully remember from site visits last week. So again, to just put it into wider context as to where the site is, it's along the A1071 outside of the built-up area boundary for Hadleigh. Over here on the pointer on the left, you've got Weaver's Meadow development, which is currently being brought forwards, which does contain an element of employment land, and this site, including the employment land, is allocated in the draft joint local plan. And over here is obviously the application site. So this is an illustrative layout. Because the matter is outline permission structural landscaping, and with the access, although the access is just to use the existing one, this is just to show you how something could look on the site. Hopefully you'll remember that there's an existing paddock up here, which would be for the proposed for the Class E potential uses, and then down here, adjacent to the existing Kersey Freight site, is obviously the proposed B2 and B8 use. So that just shows, obviously, hopefully up close. Ooh. So, as you can see, within the emerging draft joint local plan, the site is roughly here, I think. And you've got the allocation LA028. The section within this part of the red lines is employment. There's no allocation in the emerging draft joint local plan for Cobbold's Farm or this section of land. So at the moment it would be bringing forwards employment site on existing agricultural land contrary to policy. In terms of constraints, you've got a public right-of-way that goes through the site. The actual proposal isn't going to impact or divert the public right-of-way. The site itself, the proposal separates the two areas, potentially of the Class E and then the B2, B8. So the footpath would remain as it is. In terms of other constraints, the site itself isn't constrained. However, there are a number of constraints nearby, particularly in terms of special landscape area, triple SIs, nature reserves, ancient woodland known as Wolves Wood, over to the north on the opposite side of the A1071. And then obviously over here you've got further woods, triple SIs and a nature reserve. So just shows you obviously the status of two, with the black one being the site. Other constraints, there's a listed building over here, but it's obviously not near the site, so not to worry. The access, as you'll hopefully remember, there's an existing access which is highways compliant. Highways have no issue with the proposal in terms of the use of this access, as it's wide enough and offers plenty of visibility displays in both directions. It just shows you obviously the access to and through the site. Again, the public right-of-way, just in context, would go along here. So landscaping is one of considerations. Hopefully you'll remember from the site visit, at the moment there's an existing landscape fund to the front of the site that separates obviously the site from the A1071, and there's also one along this boundary. There's proposals to enhance the planting and retain as much of the landscaping buffer as possible, improving on the bund. So in terms of the recommendation from officers is refusal due to the fact that it's a countryside location and against policy. We've also already got employment land allocated elsewhere within Hadleigh and both the adopted local plan and also the emerging joint local plan. So this is the Weaver's Meadow site, which already has permission for employment. Obviously next to the part of the built-up area boundary going forwards and in much closer proximity to Hadleigh itself in terms of sustainability. So this is the employment site as adopted, the start of what is known now as Weaver's Meadow. So just to reiterate, employment, see dwellings and the site over here, not allocated, and some way from the existing built-up area boundary with no footpath. There is also a public footpath through the fields, but there's no direct footpath along sort of the main road. These are just some images. Again, hopefully from visiting the site, it's clear where these were taken. So the access to the actual site is here, and the site is this part and this part. So here you can see the existing Beeston's coaches depot up to the front of the site, and kind of behind obviously where these coaches are and around the back is the Kersey Freight. This would be the site access. As you can see, as highways don't have any objection, it's a fairly recent access with good visibility on both sides. And this is taken as you're heading towards Hadleigh and the site. So you've mostly got open fields, so you can't see anything in the distance because of the bund, and it's just out of shot by these trees. Again, just further images. So on the right, you can see you've obviously got the nature reserve and the woods. So So the recommendation is refusal, considering it's contrary to policy as it's in the countryside location and isn't an allocated employment site.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Are there any questions? Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just clarification of the previous application. I might have gone deaf, but I didn't hear what the outcome was, what the vote was.
Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Chair. Catherine, I've just one question. You're minding us to refuse this. So how did Beeston's and Kersey Freight get approval for their site, which is of course adjacent to this application?
I can't expressly say other than it either went to committee and was considered acceptable, or potentially policy at the time may have given its use lean towards it.
Can I ask for some explanation, Stephen?
Yeah, it would appear to be quite a dated permission. I don't know whether there anyone here in the room that was present when that decision was taken, but I dare say that as a decision of its time, there would have been a different policy context. Certainly in terms of I would imagine have predated the framework, or certainly the current iteration. And of course it would have turned on its own facts. I wouldn't necessarily say to you that because there is an approval there and an extant use, that should necessarily indicate that this is an approval on its merits, and clearly it's been tested on its merits against the current plan and other material considerations.
Chair.
The opposite? No. You were using the other hand, David, that's why I couldn't see you.
I mean, there's two parts to that. The first one, the Beeston's coaches, I think they've been there donkey's years, haven't they? But we extended that site fairly recently and insisted on an improved access. So it was extended, was it as long ago as that? So we have taken it from what was an historic site to an enlarged employment site.
Originally, it was a county council farm, and they sold the land to Beeston's to put their bus depot there, provided that Beeston's could get planning permission to put houses on their existing site in the middle of Hadleigh.
Okay.
That's why it happened. It was a land swap, effectively.
I wonder where this idea came from. Right, any other questions? No, if not, we'll move on. There are no representatives from the Town Council, no objector, no supporter. So, Mr. Short, you're on again.
Thank you, Chair. The extension to the Cobbles Farm employment site proposed in this application you should see as a completely logical and well-founded planning decision. The land could make a meaningful contribution towards Hadleigh's job prospects when recent decisions have seen the council lose allocated employment land and premises successively, and thus local Hadleigh job opportunities. The Cobbles Farm site is discrete in the landscape and virtually invisible in the locality. The structural landscaping that forms part of this application seeks to build upon what has already been established, as you saw on your site visit. In doing so, it is also possible to enhance biodiversity at the same time. And I note Catherine's mention of the ecological, the RSP reserve and so on, but you'll also know that the RSPB were consulted and did not object. On that site visit, you saw at first hand the stark difference between the two sites. The tired, inaccessible site at Lady Lane, with its significant constraints to viable employment development, and by contrast, the significant opportunity that approving this site at Cobbles Farm for employment purposes would bring. The Cobbles farmland is deliverable, and part of the wider site is already in very active employment use. Kersey Freight, for example, currently employs 99 people and is expanding and needs more space. Your officer's report dismisses the interest expressed to date in securing accommodation on this site. Why? Because it's only 5 or 6. And it's likely to stifle the bringing forward of other allocations in Hadleigh. And on that particular point, I note that the allocation in Hadleigh, now Weavers Meadow, was itself reduced from 5.5 hectares to 0.9 hectares on the basis that the owner of the land said it was not viable. And I think that's the land that was gifted to the council. I will close by urging you to recognise the realistic deliverable opportunity that exists in approving this application.
Has anyone any questions? Councillor Busby.
I don't know what interest you've had in the sites. There's two kind of sites there, isn't there? Would you be intending to build them out without interest coming forward, or would you do it on a piecemeal basis?
I think you had the advantage of the site visit, and you'll see that the major infrastructure to this site, the key to it is always access. The major infrastructure is there. And the condition that came about that required that access when the freight yard was extended next to Beeson's cost an absolute fortune. That infrastructure was put in. So now, looking for the return on that investment, and you saw that within the contained landscape area, there is a parcel of land that is perfectly capable of development. Drainage too can be extended. So it's a short hop, step, skip and a jump to do it. But you're right, there wouldn't be 6,000 square metres of speculative build hanging around for someone as a result of a very effective marketing campaign. I think it would be done on a phased basis, and it would respond to interest. And for example, you will know, because I presented it in the submission, there are 5 who already want floor space, but the biggest need currently is for Kersey's Freight, who need to relocate an outdated, outmoded office building on the Lady Lane Industrial Estate to their yard. And I was the agent for the application in Long Bessels. I wasn't the agent for the extension for Kersey's Freight, but their origins are both based on the same thing, the desire to get traffic, heavy goods vehicle traffic, be they buses or HGVs, conventional, out of Hadleigh Town and Hadleigh Town Centre. And this was deemed to be the best location for it.
Any more questions? No, thank you very much. In that case, we'll throw it open to debate. Anybody like to kick off? Thank you, Councillor Busby.
Go on, and I'll go again. I mean, I think picking up that last point, employment sites aren't always best sited around housing. You know, we don't want the large HGVs, etc., going through our towns, and a site like this one is probably suitable for it. I actually quite like it as a site for extension, which is what it would be. The site is already there, it would be extended. I know we've got issues with what it's designated, but I've got a place in Chadisham, which is a farm, which has got continued expansion on it, and it drives the neighbours mad. It shouldn't be an employment site, it's an agricultural site, but it's in the countryside. It keeps getting extended. I can't see the difference between this one and the one that's in Chadisham. If you can extend an existing site, why can't they extend this one? To me, it looks like it's a good site for the kind of extension that they're talking about. I would restrict the usage to E at the front and B at the back. I wouldn't want to see it as totally all B.
Any other comments? Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to violate, but I do feel that the access there is very good, and your point was very good over there. And I too think it. I would approve it, not disapprove it. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
I don't disagree with what Councillor Ayres says, except that we're in exactly the same position as we were previously, weren't we? We have a policy, and you know, it's perfectly reasonable if we consider that if the benefits outweigh the policies, there's no reason why we can't go against the officer recommendation. But we've just, in the last application, we've just talked about consistency. And if we're consistent in that discussion, then surely we have to go with the officer's recommendation on this as well.
Councillor Barrett, did you want to?
I take on board Councillor Parker's point of consistency, but I think this is a different type of consistency. So this is a new. This is not an existing use. This is a new use on a greenfield site. So you could argue that that is there's no precedent being set beforehand, because it's obviously a new decision for us, and it's more about the built-up area boundary that we're going into. But I'm always thinking, it goes back to Councillor Busby's point, are we better putting an industrial site on a built-up area boundary next to housing, or in the open countryside next to an existing industrial site? Well, I think most people would go, it's best to put it where you've got an industrial site. So I don't think, I take Councillor Farr's point, and it's well meant, and I think it's accurate, but I think it is different.
Any other questions? Can I make the comment that if you put some industrial units here, it takes a little bit of the pressure off trying to market the one nearer the town, doesn't it? So we have to bear that in mind as well. Right, so no more comments? Sorry, go on.
I will come back, and I will dig my feet in on this. If I may, I might get thrown down. That's absolutely fine. But 2.2 for me is absolutely salient. It's page 149. It is believed to be a speculative application as the applicant has not identified any occupiers which are currently lined up for this site and has not associated the proposal with adjacent haulage activity. So there is, I think there's a difference, maybe that's not entirely what we heard from the agent there, but if 2.2 is correct again, to my mind, it comes back to evidence base. So whilst I absolutely agree with the sentiment, and whilst I do, in theory, whilst I support what my colleagues are saying, again, we don't have the evidence, do we, to go against policy. So where is the overwhelming benefit to the district to go against policy here? Would just be the point I would make, cautiously.
Councillor Jameson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Parker. Not only are we going against policy if we agree this, but we're also encouraging people to drive to work, and we're starting a ribbon developments along the A1071. How long before we end up with the whole road along there with developments?
Thank you. Councillor Busby.
Well, in a way, it'd be quite good if we could. Imagine the success we could make out of all those employment sites. If we have hundreds of thousands of jobs, if we made it totally a urban development. But I mean, maybe we should be looking at altering the policy. Stephen.
Again. Any other?
Sorry, I was expecting a response, Stephen.
No, you weren't getting one. Councillor Barrett, you wanted to comment again?
Well, we're going around the houses here. Someone's got to stand up. I'm actually happy to propose that we approve the planning application on the basis that that it actually has more benefit than harm in terms of the employment prospects. In terms of, we have lost a number of businesses locally, and in Babergh district, most businesses grow organically and grow from one building to another. And at the moment, we have a massive shortage of buildings that they can go into. And I think there is an element there where speculative employment development of this nature would help retain our existing employers into such a site. We are very limited. There's nothing in Sudbury. there's very limited in suitable sites, and this is where it's key, it's suitable sites, and it goes back to the access and keeping the vehicles out of the town centre. So I actually do feel that this site has merit, and I would propose that. Have you got a second?
Second, Councillor Beer. Can we establish exactly what your proposal is?
Could I make a couple of just policy points as well? Because if you appear to be going down the line of... So, first and foremost, I think just to pick up on some of the points raised, this, as far as I'm aware, is not being badged as an expansion of Kersey Freight. This is an outline application which proposes a mix of uses, and quite a sizable proportion of which is Class E, and then possibly B2. There may be no B8 that comes forward. On the policy side, policy CS2 really is the linchpin here. You're looking for exceptional circumstances and a proven justifiable need for this development. And officers don't think that neither of those two limbs of that policy test are satisfied. So this is in effect again a departure from the plan. And you're looking at whether the benefits here are sufficiently weighty to merit a departure from the plan. I think Councillor Jameson has made a good point in that some of these uses are clearly going to generate quite a lot of jobs, which on the one hand is very good, but we're in a location here where ultimately people will drive. This is not somewhere where anyone will cycle to work, they will certainly not walk to work. This is a busy road. And this is precisely why the policies are framed in the way that they are, to direct development to suitable and sustainable locations. And there is no guarantee that this will be a HGV site. So I just need to make that clear. And if you want to keep pressing on, that's fine, but we will need some reasons.
Well, I think I've given the reasons. I think the advantages weigh, because we are desperately short of employment land in Babergh district. If you can, in the western area of Babergh, have you got any land that you've got allocated for potential development? I don't. You've got any, because I haven't seen it in the local plan. And the ones that have got, which is Chilton. Well, Chilton Woods is not coming forward, but you've also got Churchford Road, which is under pressure anyway, and your own local plan revised has actually caused that to go white and not as employment land. So you clearly don't think there is much there. So I think you need to really look at that as well, if we're taking those into the context.
To Councillor Barrett.
Let's be absolutely sure we know exactly what we're voting on.
I think in these circumstances, and in the absence of Mr. Dupre or any of our other legal advisors, we know from painful experience that it's challenging when you propose a recommendation that's contrary to what officers have put to you. I would suggest that we record a minded to recommendation so that we can go away and craft the reasons for you and come back and we can ultimately vote on those, because in the absence of clear and detailed reasons at this point, and I fully take, you've been very articulate in the way that you've gone about things, Councillor Barrett, but it does leave us open to risk, and I would like us to go away and take and come back. So you would be voted effective to record that what you're minded to do and instruct officers, I think, to go away and craft some reasons for you to come back and vote on with any relevant and related risk assessment.
Can we have that read out so that we know exactly what or is that it?
that was my suggestion to members that might be what they vote on.
Proposer and secretary happen to be like?
Oh, I'm very happy.
Okay, all right, fine, thank you.
There's the simple point, we need to recommend conditions as well,
Okay.
and there's lots of other bits.
A vote? Claire, if you would please.
Sorry, what are we voting on? Because I think Mr. Stroud is suggesting that we go away, that he goes away and comes up with some admirable reasons and all the rest of it, and conditions, and then we vote on it. All we're voting on here will be to defer something for Mr. Stroud to go away and look at it.
That's right. That's
I don't think that's been made clear.
Yes, but I think that I'll let the Chief Planning Officer deal with that point.
Thanks, Dean. Yeah, I mean, I think just for clarity, what I would suggest you're doing here, and what I would suggest is a prudent course of action, given that we have been judicially reviewed over our failure to successfully apply CS2 to industrial developments, and not a million years ago either, that what officers are, that members take a minded to resolution on whatever it is that they want to do to grant permission or otherwise, and that officers are instructed to review the requirements of CS2 and the risk issues that might arise from granting permission, and as appropriate recommend conditions or reasons that may be relevant to that. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, that would come back to us as a committee to vote on.
Yes. Are you happy with that, Claire?
What time frame are we talking about? Are you talking about coming back about 2:30, or are we talking about the next planning committee or next year, or what?
Chairman, if I may, I mean, usually you can hardly walk out the door of committee and then instantly push something through the governance team to close for the next agenda. So I would be inclined to think this is going to be towards the back end of September that you will see this. That's my instinct here, because we've obviously got to do a little bit of work, and given the lead time for committee, you know, I think you're looking back end of September, as early October as a timing. It's my instinct.
Okay. Have you?
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote has been amended in Modgarb and is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 6 votes for and 4 votes against. That is carried.
So that's 6-4 and that's carried. Okay. Thank you very much. We have one more very small item, and I think a number of people would like a loo break. everyone? Are we ready? Thank you. DC 20-0513, no, not that one, wrong one. DC 21-02577, Carey Street Depot, Hiking and My Hadleigh. Catherine, would you now like to make the presentation?
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for demolition of the existing building and the erection or siting of free storage containers. It's for the depot in Hadleigh that we own, so it's brought before members because it's council-owned land. The reason it's before members is ever so slightly complicated. Because they wish to demolish a building within the conservation area, there's, depending on the size of the building, you can, and whether it constitutes development depends on whether obviously it needs prior notification or permission. It was deemed to be over the standard cubic size, so it required permission, and therefore obviously as it was council-owned land, it's before members. So it's purely really because the building is considered large under permitted development rights and demolition that it's before us rather than any other reason. So this is an aerial map of the site. I'll try and, so obviously this is the depot building here, site access, skate park and playground here. Obviously you've got residential units along here and along here. Hadleigh High Street is further down here. Just to make it obviously slightly more clear where it is in the wider context. So it's up here. This is the High Street. This is Magdalen Car Park within Hadleigh. Now this is a site location plan, and this is a building you can just about see that's proposed to be demolished. The constraints, it's in, as I mentioned earlier, it's in the conservation area and therefore hence needs permission due to the demolition aspect, and as it's council land, that's why it's here before members today. There are no other constraints. There's obviously some listed buildings over here at the start of the High Street, but they're not affected by the proposal in any way. Just an existing block plan. So this is a building proposed to be demolished. It's currently used for storage. It's the only kind of base within Hadleigh that workers, ground workers, can store their equipment and such. And they're proposing to put 3 storage containers on site. One is to be a welfare unit, as there is no other council-owned points within Babergh specifically for toilet or anything like that for grounds workers to access. And then these 2 containers would be for storage. The existing building is in quite a bad state of repair, which is why they considered it's best to knock it down and replace it with storage containers. The benefit of storage containers as opposed to an actual building, they can be considered as chattels, and therefore actually they can be easily removed if and when the site is no longer required in the future. So quite straightforward. It's recommendation for approval with any of the conditions that are set out in the committee report.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions for the officer? Would like to come up? I can see Councillor Jameson.
Just one. The recommendation says operating hours. What are the operating hours you're recommending?
It's proposed that I've spoken with John Buckingham, who's head of the team operations, and hours of work or access to the site would be required between 7:30 in the morning and 4:30 weekdays, with occasional weekend for call outs, so that it wouldn't be permanently used at weekends, but if there was a call out grounds operation needed, then they may need access to the storage equipment. And also just to clarify, there's no proposal for storage on site outside of storage containers. So the containers will be used for all the storage. There won't be anything left out on site. So there won't be any waste building up on the area. It's purely for use of the storage containers, and we can condition that there's no outside storage to ensure that nothing is put on the site.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask you, what the storage facilities are for what? What are they storing there?
Various equipment for their groundworks and call-out operations that the Babergh Communities team offer.
The fact that you've got 3 storage containers there, so what's the likelihood of them coming back for more then?
I mean, obviously the application is assessed on its own merit, so if more were to potentially come in, then you could assess it then. One of the storage units is a welfare unit, so it'll have a toilet and obviously facilities there for them to potentially make a cup of tea in between jobs and obviously use the facility. So it's only 2 storage containers for the purpose of storing equipment and so on. But there is nothing to stop them potentially coming back or putting more on. However, we could potentially condition it to say that, you know, the storage containers as approved are to be the only ones on the site.
I'll move the officer's recommendation, then there'll be no more storage.
Wait till we get into debate. I'm very keen for you to do so, but until we've finished, everybody asking their questions. Can we put?
I apologise, I didn't realise you were still asking questions.
We were still asking questions, so if you let people, then I think you'll find it much easier. Councillor Hinton, you wanted to ask?
Yeah, just a quick question, really. I agree with the use of the containers because they're very easy to make secure. So vandals and thieves and things can't get at what's often valuable groundskeeping equipment. Presumably they will be green rather than have ever given or something written on the side of them, having come straight from Felixstowe.
Sorry, will they be green? I presume they would. I don't think there's been anything to state what colour they would be, but I can tell.
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask, the plans for removing what is there at the moment, when is it likely to happen? Will it disrupt the residents? Will there be a plan for that? Living next door to Gainsborough's house, I remember when the building next to it was being taken down. Thank you.
I couldn't say when they would be proposing to obviously remove it. My understanding is the sooner the better. It would obviously benefit them. We can condition and ask for, I'd say a construction management plan, but the equivalent for demolition, so that, you know, we can control the hours of demolition, ensure that there's no, say, burning on site, everything is removed off site, so that can be part of the conditions.
Thank you very much. There are no public speakers. We have no town council or objector, supporter. We have no agent. We have no ward members. So we can move in debate. Councillor Beer. You're in debate.
We're in debate. Oh, what's that? I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much.
I'll second the officer's
Councillor Barrett seconded. Any more questions in the debate? No? Fine. Thank you. We will take a vote. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the vote is in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 10 votes for. That's unanimous.
That's an unanimous decision. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The next meeting is scheduled for the 25th of August. And with a bit of luck, we might be talking about a chocolate factory. Chocolate factory. I declare the meeting closed.